Oh, 1 minute. I call the September 11th, 2025 Board of Education meeting to order at 5:03 p.m. Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do.
And are there any public comments on closed session items?
No, we don't.
Okay, then I adjourn this meeting to closed session at 5:04 p.m.
unified family, welcome to the 2025-26 school year, what I like to call our Happy New Year. As we begin this new school year, I'm filled with hope and gratitude. Our schools are alive with possibility, and our commitment to every scholar and every family remains stronger than ever. Whether your child is just starting their educational journey or preparing to graduate from OUSD, know that we are here to guide, support, and uplift our students every step of the way. We believe each child has unlimited potential. This year, we will continue to focus on enhancing learning, building stronger connections, and making sure every student feels recognized, valued, and inspired to reach for greatness. Thank you for being part of this incredible community. Together, let's make 2025-26 a year of purpose, possibility, and powerful growth. Welcome back.
Fletcher is a great, loving family. It is the diverse student population here makes us very special and unique.
Fletcher's amazing regardless if you're choosing the Mandarin immersion program or the English only. They're getting exposed to different diverse cultures and learning a lot of empathy and respect.
Not only do you get the dual immersion, but you can combine that with GATE. Take the things they're learning in GATE and not only apply it in English, but also apply it in Mandarin.
We work really well with the Mandarin teachers. We're not separated, we're all collectively together. If you go into the Mandarin class, you'll see different because you see the Mandarin. But if you walk into my classrooms, you're gonna see the same things that are happening, same writing, same things on the wall, same activities. They share stuff with us, we share stuff with them.
Our children are recognized for the great things that they do and the milestones that they've reached. Although my children are not in the Mandarin immersion program, I think it's really important that we embrace all that that has to offer. It's a part of our entire community.
Fletcher has provided so many resources for not only the children, but for the parents. When my children have some difficulty with their homework or assignment, there's always a teacher of some sort to help.
It's such a positive environment. The parents are great, the teachers are amazing and caring and into what they do. You really couldn't hope for a better situation.
We hope you felt the heart of our school, where every student belongs, every voice matters, and every day is an opportunity to thrive. We are honored to be part of your child's journey, and we can't wait to grow and learn together.
Can you hear me? Is that good? Okay. I call the regular session of the September 11th, 2025 Board of Education meeting to order at 7:22 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Dr. Monadas, are there any reports of closed session decisions?
Turn it on. There we go. Yes. For 2B, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, the board took action in closed session to amend the timeline for the evaluation of the superintendent as stated in her contract. The vote was 7-0. There is no further reportable action. On 2G, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, the Board of Education considered Orange Unified School District's participation as an amicus in Vasquez-Perdomo v. Noam, case number 25-4312, 9th Circuit, July 13th, 2025, 25-CV-05605. CD Cal amended comp July 2nd, 2025, Perdomo. The Perdomo case is on appeal at the U.S. Courts of Appeal for the 9th Circuit. The board vote for the Orange Unified School District to participate as an amicus and authorize the superintendent and designee to take all actions and execute the necessary documents to initiate participation by the district. The vote was 7-0. That's the end.
Thank you. All right, item 3C, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Okay, Trustee Thomas, do I have a second? Second. Trustee Glass, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, the agenda is adopted. All right. Okay, well, we're excited to have everybody here tonight, but we are extremely excited to have our first meeting with our student representatives tonight. Yay! You'll get a lot of that in the next 9 months, so, but we're really thrilled to have you here. And let's see, Ms. Potness, right? Dr. Potness, thank you, to introduce our new student board members, student representatives.
Good evening, President Erickson, members of the board, Superintendent Menares, Executive Cabinet, and distinguished guests. Every year, the Orange Unified School District Board of Education invites high schools to select outstanding students to represent them at school board meetings. Our students are a source of valuable insight into the effect of the school board decisions on Orange Unified School District's high school population. Throughout the 2025-2026 school year, the Office of the Superintendent will work with student representatives to facilitate communication between the Board of Education and the students of our district. Student representatives will attend board meetings and sit to your right, highlight one aspect of their school that is unique, return communication to their schools regarding decisions made at board meetings. This evening, I am honored to welcome our 2025-2026 student representatives. Let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome Lorelei Giroux as Canyon High School student representative for the 2025-2026 school year. Lorelei is a senior at Canyon High School. Her vision as a student representative is to amplify student voices in the district decision-making, ensuring diverse perspectives are representative and advocating for policies that promote student success and well-being. She was motivated to serve because she values the importance of student representation at the highest levels of education, recognizing the direct impact of student decisions recognizing the direct impact of district decisions on students. Her leadership roles include founding a club dedicated to global communication through language learning, serving as boys varsity volleyball manager, and working as a student ambassador. Lorelei is academically focused on neuroscience with a particular interest in brain tumor research. She aspires to attend UC Irvine or UC Santa Barbara to pursue a major in neuroscience or related field. Beyond her academics, Lorelei participates in internships related to Alzheimer's awareness, volunteers at elementary schools, and is active in HOSA, Future Health Professionals, Surfrider Club, volleyball, and customer service work. Welcome, Lorelei. I am proud to introduce Dylan Plattfoot as El Medina's high school's student representative for the 25-26 school year. Dylan is a senior at El Medina, and his vision as a student representative is to represent El Medina by not only communicating the concepts and decisions discussed at board meetings, but also helping implement them in a meaningful way that impacts students' daily lives. Dylan was motivated to serve by his peers who often have great ideas and contributions, but feel they lack an outlet for their creativity. He has stepped up to give voice to these students' perspectives while contributing his own. Dylan serves as the vice president of the Avid Club, where he has been a member for 5 years and also holds the publicity position for the Mecha Club. Dylan is interested in pursuing higher education in either psychology or business. Outside of school, Dylan volunteers as part of the teen board at his local library. He is skilled in technology and coding and enjoys various forms of art. Welcome, Dylan. I am pleased to introduce Jacob Gonzalez as Orange High School student representative for the 25-26 school year. Jacob is is a student and senior at Orange High School. He envisions his role as student representative as a way to give back to the district that has shaped him, contributing to improvements in school community and creating opportunities for current and future students. Jacob was motivated to serve by his pride in being a lifelong OUSD student and his deep desire to uplift and support his peers. Jacob plans to major in psychology and hopes to attend California State University Long Beach to prepare a career in helping others. On campus, Jacob serves as captain of the Orange High School water polo team, which he just had a game today and came here, where he motivates and supports his teammates, developing his skills in communication, responsibility, and teamwork. Outside of school, Jacob values family time, whether paintballing with his father or relaxing at home, reminders of the importance of balance and gratitude. Welcome, Jacob. It is my pleasure to introduce Didi Villanueva as Richland High School student representative for the 25-26 school year. Didi, who is a senior at Richland High School, was motivated to serve as a student representative to serve as a role model for his school. This will allow him to step up, be a leader, and provide and expand those skills while working with a wonderful and respectful community. Didi is exploring multiple post-graduation pathways, including attending a 4-year university and starting at a community college or pursuing military service once he completes high school. He currently serves as student representative on his campus. In his role as student representative, Didi's vision is to serve as a role model for his school community. Welcome, Didi. Villa Park High School will be represented this year by Caitlin Cortines. Caitlin is a senior at Villa Park High School. Her vision as student representative is to represent Villa Park faithfully, ensuring the student body's voice is heard and respected at the district level. Caitlin was motivated by the opportunity to present Villa Park in a new light and to serve as a strong advocate for her peers. She currently serves as publicity officer for National Honor Society and HOSA. She also helps to launch a school club for students aspiring to attend nursing school. Caitlin is very interested in medical science and plans to pursue a nursing degree with the goal of becoming a registered nurse specializing in labor and delivery. She is active in many school programs, including varsity dance, madrigals choir, NHS, HOSA, and FCA. Outside of school, she has been attending Elite Dance Academy for 12 years to study ballet. Welcome, Caitlin. Once again, thank you to all of our student representatives. The Board of Education looks forward to working with you during the 25-26 school year. And I'm hoping that all of you could come forward for another picture.
Welcome. Thank you. What an awesome display of interests and everything that y'all have. So we welcome you all, and we look forward to hearing from you throughout the year on topics that really do impact you and your fellow students. So thank you for taking on this job. It can be a little bit difficult sometimes, and you're here sometimes into the late hours of the night. So we appreciate that you took the time to do this, and we look forward to getting to know you a little bit better. So thank you. Okay, item number, let's see, 4B, Proclamation, Attendance Awareness Month. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Mr. Angel will present on this item.
The Orange Unified School District proudly proclaims September as Attendance Awareness Month, reaffirming our unwavering commitment to ensuring that every student has the opportunity to thrive. We champion attendance every school, every student, every day. It is more than a program, it is a district-wide movement rooted in connection, opportunity, and equity. By combining data-driven strategies with personalized support, our district has achieved measurable and sustained improvements in attendance and reduced chronic absenteeism. Over the past 2 years, our district's overall attendance rate has increased by 1.34%, a reflection of the shared dedication of our schools, families, and staff. At the end of the 23-24 school year, chronic absenteeism has decreased by 6.6% and by nearly 10% over the course of 2 years. Every TK through 8th grade school is projected to show continued improvement, a powerful testament to the collective effort across the district. These gains represent more than numbers. Together, we have recovered over 21 million instructional minutes, time that translates into stronger learning, deeper engagement, and brighter futures for our students. Through wellness home visits, restorative SART and SARV processes, Orange Crush Awards, and school-wide celebrations, our district is living its belief. When students feel connected and supported, they show up. And when they show up, they succeed. As we honor Attendance Awareness Month, our district reaffirms its dedication to breaking down barriers, celebrating student success, and sustaining this positive momentum. We extend our gratitude to our families, educators, and community partners whose daily commitment ensures that attendance remains at the heart of student achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. And next we have a proclamation, International Translation Day, and that would be Trustee Page.
Buenas noches a todos. We're celebrating International Translation Day 2025. September 30th is recognized globally as International Translation Day, and tonight our district is proud to honor this observance by designating it locally as Interpreter Appreciation Day. Our interpreters play a vital role in ensuring that every student and every family, no matter their language background, can fully engage in the educational process. By removing barriers to communication, they promote equity, inclusivity, and strong partnerships between families and schools. This year's theme is Translation, Shaping a Future You Can Trust. It reminds us of the importance of building trust through accurate and culturally responsive communication. In our schools, interpreters live out this theme every single day. They help families and staff understand one another, foster cultural connection, and ensure that every voice is heard. Their work safeguards both meaning and identity while strengthening the relationship that supports student success. Their contributions are truly integral to our mission of providing a high-quality education for all students. And tonight, the Board of Education is proud to adopt a proclamation declaring September 30th as Interpreter Appreciation Day in recognition of this dedication, skill, and impact of our interpreters. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would like to thank this board and all the interpreters in the school district, those who, without having a title of interpreter, do it every day, like it was mentioned before. And this is a recognition for all of them and us here. And I have wonderful team members that are always with me, and they make this possible. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have items 4D and then 4E. These are our new items on our agenda. We decided to create a spot for our labor partners. So our first report will be from our CSEA representative, I believe President Gomez. Is that right?
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Menares, district leadership, and community members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jackie Gomez, and I am honored to introduce myself as the new president of CSEA Orange 67. I'm proud to represent the many dedicated professionals who support our students and schools every day. Our bus drivers, paraeducators, custodians, nutrition workers, clerical staff, and more. These are the people who make our schools safe, clean, welcoming, and functional from the moment the doors open. As we begin this new school year, I feel a strong sense of optimism and shared purpose. Our classified staff are showing up with dedication and heart, ready to support our students, teachers, and the entire school community. We may not always be front and center, but the work that we do is essential to every part of a student's day. One of the most encouraging parts of this school year, this new year, is the collaboration already underway. I'd like to especially acknowledge the work that we're doing with our new Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Olga McCullough. From the start, Mrs. McCullough has shown a genuine commitment to open communication, mutual respect, and problem solving. We're grateful for the early progress and look forward to continuing to build a strong, productive relationship. Because when we work together, we all do better. Our union is committed to being a partner in this work, whether it's addressing staffing needs, improving support systems, or ensuring every school is fully equipped to serve students. We're here to help make this a successful school year for everyone. We know that great schools are built on teamwork. When classified staff, teachers, administrators, and district leaders come together with shared commitment to students, there's nothing we can't accomplish. So on behalf of the classified employees across the district, thank you for your partnership and your continued support. We're excited for the school year ahead, and we're ready to work together to make it a great school year. Thank you.
Thank you, President Gomez. Next, President Barone from Orange Unified Education Association.
Good evening, President Erickson, members of the board, Superintendent Menares, and everyone here tonight. As the OUEA president, I'm honored to have the opportunity to share some of the positive things our association is doing for our members. We are holding a meeting for our CTE teachers on September 17th to review the great new contract language we collectively bargained, and Kevin Astor will be in attendance to help facilitate that. On September 23rd, we're hosting a listening session for all of our members to discuss what's working and what challenges they face in regards to special education. We plan to follow this with a roundtable discussion with district leadership and potentially board members. We're also focused on community and support. We have our first I Survived the First 30 Days of School Ice Cream Social on September 26th, which will be a well-deserved celebration for our members. And October 2nd, we're hosting a BYOB event. It's not what you think. It's Bring Your Own Behavior, a workshop to help our teachers navigate challenging student behaviors in the classroom so all students can thrive. I believe we are all headed in the right direction in OUSD. There will undoubtedly be rough seas ahead, but as I said last month, we share the same mission: to educate the students of OUSD and provide them the most optimal learning environments while also treating employees with the respect and professionalism they deserve. On behalf of the OUEA Executive Board, thank you, and we look forward to continue working together.
Thank you. Next up, we have Superintendent's report. Dr. Menares.
Thank you. Well, our school year has opened smoothly with a spirit of possibilities and inspiration. I want to thank our labor partners for your kind words and for the partnership that I just look forward to us continuing to develop. And I want to welcome our student representatives. You just bring a different level of excitement and joy to this boardroom, so thank you for being here tonight. Can't wait to continue to collaborate with you. Speaking of the spirit of what we can do together. Oh, I skipped let me start over. I saw at the start of our school year staff, families, and children filled with excitement and hope. So let's keep that spirit alive through learning experiences that are engaging, that are relevant, conversations that practice active listening, and a spirit of can-do. Speaking of a spirit of can-do, I had the honor to attend the California Distinguished Schools celebration at Knoll Canyon last week with Trustee Erickson, Yamasaki, and Vane, and Cabinet. The moment was filled with pride and celebratory praises for the work accomplished by the school leadership, educators, families, and scholars who call Knoll Canyon Elementary School home. Kudos to Knoll Canyon and to Taft Elementary School, who also received this honorable distinction from the California Department of Education. Additionally, I want to commend and give public shout-outs to 5 C-STEM educators recognized at the state level for their leadership, innovation, and dedication to advancing computer science and STEM education. C-STEM, computing, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, provides children grades K through 12 opportunities with hands-on learning in math, computer science, and robotics, while supporting our teachers with curriculum, training, and technology. Each year, UC Davis C-STEM hosts the RoboPlay Challenge at OUSD, with the 24-25 event marking the largest competition ever held outside UC Davis campus. And if I remember correctly, Dr. Glass tagged me on that even before I had started. So kudos to everybody. So here are some members of our staff that are being recognized at the awards by the awards committee. C-STEM Teacher of the Year, Caitlin Kilroy McNanny, mathematics teacher at Orange High School. I got to meet her earlier this week. C-STEM Site Administrator of the Year, Rebecca Nelson. Principal at Jordan Academy of Language and Computer Science, yes. C-STEM District Administrator of the Year, Randy Colsett, Coordinator of Educational Technology. And C-STEM Excellence and Service Award, Tiffany Lamb, P21 Specialist at that time at El Medina High School, and now she is a Vice Principal at Elmo. With an additional shout out to Mr. Greg Miller, who was the resource teacher who nominated the individuals. Let's give him a round of applause. And I'm quite impressed because I actually have met, and I can put a face and name to each one of these individuals. So I have met some of our best already. The awards recipients will be honored at the 15th Annual UC Davis C-STEM Conference on October 17th at the UC Davis Conference Center. OUSD is grateful for your dedication ensuring learners are prepared to thrive in college, career, and beyond. Thank you to those educators. And now to a more sobering reminder. Today marks Patriot Day, a day to remember the profound tragedy of September 11th. We pause to honor the more than 2,500 people who lost their lives in the attacks at the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and on Flight 93. On that day, our nation was forever changed as we lost parents, children, siblings, and friends. The possibilities for greatness in each of their lives was taken from us all too soon. Even today, our country continues to face senseless acts of violence. As a school district, our hearts sink whenever we hear of the loss of children and the immense pain it causes. In memory of the thousands of lives lost 24 years ago, and in solemn recognition of the ongoing violence in our nation that our nation endures, I'd like us to take a moment of silence to reflect. Thank you. As public school educators, we know that parents, you entrust us with your most precious asset, your children. In OUSD, we stay committed to providing safe and welcoming learning environments for all children. All means all is not a cliche in OUSD. It is part of our espoused culture, providing learning opportunities where all children, staff, and caregivers feel a culture of belonging, innovation, and continuous improvement. Tonight, we will be sharing how we continuously strive to provide learning spaces that protect and support all children. Specifically, the Student Support and Community Engagement Team, along with our SELPA director, will outline OUSD's roadmap to enhance and strengthen a sense of belonging in a safe and welcoming learning environment. We want you to know what we see as our glows and our areas for growth. The possibilities in OUSD continue to emerge, and we are capturing them all because all means all. Y para las familias que hablan español, sabemos que nos confían su cosa más preciosa, sus hijos, en nosotros. En el distrito de Orange, nuestro compromiso es dar una experiencia en cada escuela donde su hijo o hija se sienta acogedor y seguro. Cuando dijimos que todo significa todo, no es un dicho, es parte de la cultura que estamos haciendo juntos. El futuro de Orange está lleno de posibilidades cuando practicamos una cultura donde cada persona siente importancia, respeto y valor. Gracias por su confianza en nosotros. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is the board president's report. As a scheduling matter, I wanted to remind everyone that we will be holding a meeting on September 25th. It's currently listed as a placeholder meeting, and it will be a study session. We will not be utilizing the October placeholder meeting, which is on the calendar, I believe, is October 9th. Instead, we're combining those two sessions and studying everything on September 25th. So I just wanted to put that out there. as our future dates. So tonight I wanted to highlight the Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation. And the OUPSF, as it's known, is a nonprofit organization, and it consists of an amazing, amazing group of spirited, passionate, and involved community members, teachers, parents, and staff who are doing so much to bring our families together, our businesses together, our schools together, to fundraise and revitalize and elevate the educational experience for all OUSD students, and all means all. For the second year in a row, OUPSF hosted Children's Street at the Orange International Street Fair. And if you weren't there, Children's Street is this incredibly joyful, high energy, frenetic sort of space for kids that's filled with carnival games, bounce houses, face painting, and just general fun. We have some pictures up here from Children's Street, and the foundation didn't just host the space, but invited student groups to come and volunteer. And the students that participated got to combine community service and community pride with the opportunity for these groups to also fundraise for their respective groups. 12 student groups and booster clubs from Orange High School, El Medina High School, Villa Park High School, Richland High School, and Handy, with Miriam Ballestero making the special appearance, stepped up to run these fun. They administered all of the carnival games and helped the children there have a great time. And in addition to doing this community service, they were able to earn $6,600 to support their individual programs. So it was just a really good opportunity for them to sort of do community service and help their groups raise money, which resources are always hard to come by. So good work to all of them. Several of us OUSD board members also pitched in to help with ticket sales and popsicle giveaways. And I can say it was a very sticky, hot blast that we had, but we were really proud to help and to share the message that each and every school and student matters. The remaining proceeds from Children's Street are going to go directly towards the foundation's spring teacher grants, which are really the cornerstones of the foundation's work. These grants empower educators to bring fresh ideas, tools, and experiences into their classroom, and they benefit thousands of students across the district. Since 2023, the Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation has given away more than $100,000 in these grants across 35 schools, benefiting approximately 140 teachers and staff members and all of the students that they serve. I want to give a huge shout out to Wendy Forrest, who's the fundraising chair who coordinated the behemoth project that was Children's Street. It's absolutely amazing work, and they still don't have the final numbers on how much they earned, but I'm sure it's amazing. So their mission continues this fall with the Celebration of Schools, which is happening Wednesday, October 15th at Villa Park High School. It's a night in which they will showcase the incredible programs available in our TK through 12th grades. Guests will enjoy a pre-show tour. I'm reading from their invitation. So dinner prepared by the El Medina Culinary Department, which is always amazing, student performances, and a presentation on OUSD's Pathways to Possibilities. This is a fundraiser. The tickets are $45, and every dollar goes towards supporting teachers, students, and the future of Orange Unified School District. So I also want to say that I'm looking forward tonight to our upcoming presentation on safe and welcoming schools. Each year, we administer surveys and collect data for our LCAP to guide resource allocation. Consistently, the focus remains on creating environments where students can thrive, whether through improved facilities, expanded mental health and counseling services, or dynamic and engaging academic programs. And I think, as Dr. Manados alluded to, we live in a time of heightened tension. Civility seems to be diminished more and more. Public discourse seems increasingly polarized, and we've obviously witnessed some horrific acts of gun violence as recently as yesterday on school campuses and elsewhere. None of this is acceptable, and in the face of this, I think we all agree that our schools have to be sanctuaries for learning. Students need to arrive ready and able to learn, and that begins with feeling safe and supported on our campuses, emotionally and physically. It's our desire to continue to create quality programs that spark curiosity, build confidence, build character, build compassion, and nurture hope so that our students can become the leaders, builders, and peacemakers we urgently need at this moment in time. So I'm looking forward to all that staff has to present tonight. And so with that, let's get going. But first, we're going to hear from our student representatives. So I don't know in which order you'd like to go, so I'm just going to call on you randomly. Is that okay? All right, how about Lorelei? Why don't you go first? Hold on 1 second. Is your microphone on?
Yes. Can you hear me better? Okay. Good evening, President Erickson, members of the board, Superintendent Monarez. This past month has been an exciting and engaging start to the school year. We begin with Freshman Fun Day, which provided our incoming ninth graders with a warm welcome to campus. The event included a keynote presentation from Speaker Keith Hawkins, followed by breakout sessions with our student ambassadors. These smaller group activities centered on games and team building exercises, helping our freshmen become more comfortable with the school environment and begin forming connections within the student body. We also held back to school night last night, which also drew hundreds of parents who had the chance to meet teachers and learn about academic programs and resources that support our students' success. Looking ahead, we have the Warped Dance, which is our largest school dance of the year and will bring all grade levels together. Homecoming planning is underway with this year's theme to be announced soon. Tomorrow, we will hold the first pep rally of the year, the Clash of Classes, designed to showcase school spirit and introduce our class points competition. In athletics, our flag football team has an outstanding record of 9-1 this season. We will also be recognizing our senior athletes with women's volleyball senior night on Monday. Then following, we have our men's football senior night next Thursday. Finally, we are in the midst of exciting school-wide initiative, Mascot Madness. Students are voting to select a new mascot for our school, with the Cobras, Cavaliers, Crows, and Commanders advancing to the next round of voting, starting tomorrow, which has all of the students and staff excited to see who will be our new mascot. Thank you.
I'm excited to hear what it's going to be. Okay, how about Dylan?
Oh. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Good evening, President Erickson, members of the board, and Superintendent Monarez. So recently at Almadena High School, we have done our welcome assembly, which was Inside Out themed, where everyone had a blast in our activities and performances. We've also had our first home football game where we won, and the theme was beach. And then our second home football game is tomorrow, and the theme is neon, and this will be held at Fred Kelly Stadium. Next week starts our voters registration, which is our 2-week activity that helps register our students who are either old enough or 16 to 17 to vote. And then next week, we also have our Club Rush, which brings all of our clubs together in our quad so that students can explore and figure out which clubs best suit them. And then, our homecoming game is on the 10th of October, where we invite all of our past Vanguards to join us. And then following that, the next day is our homecoming, October 11th, where our theme was just announced to be Golden Gala. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jacob.
Good evening. Sorry. Good evening, President Erickson, members of the board, and Superintendent Monarez. I'll be giving my report for Orange High School this evening. We kicked off the school year with our Welcome Back Assembly, with the Ohana-themed Welcome Back Assembly design to create an exciting, inclusive start for both our returning students and those new to our campus. This event highlighted school spirit, introduced new teachers and important upcoming activities, and set a positive tone for the school year ahead. Meanwhile, the same day, we hosted our Welcome Back Dance pool party. In the same with a barbecue, and students enjoyed a tropical festive atmosphere, complete with themed decorations, upbeat music, and opportunities to reconnect after summer. Burgers, drinks, and snacks were available for purchase, and the event had an accessible turnout. This evening was filled with energy and community spirit, and based off the enthusiastic response, we were looking forward to hosting something similar. Our athletic update, our athletic programs are a strong start. The tackle football team is currently 2-1 and working hard towards their goal of CIF playoffs. Meanwhile, our flag football team is undefeated with a remarkable 9-0 record, making noise within their league. This Friday, coming up tomorrow, we have our honor roll recognition. This Friday we'll be recognizing our academic excellence in our honor roll celebration. More than 400 students will be receiving honors with outstanding achievements, reflecting the dedication and commitment of both our students and staff. And upcoming, we have our homecoming dance, October 4th. It's with the theme of Night in Rio. Planning is already underway and ensured this is one of the most memorable homecoming Orange High School has seen in the recent years. Thank you.
Thank you. Dee Dee, you're up.
Good evening, President Erickson, members of the board, Superintendent Monarez. Thank you. I'm the student representative of Richland High School, and here are some highlights so far. Start of the year with new incoming juniors, in which ASB helped give tours to new incoming juniors. ASB continued their coffee cart for teachers, where ASB students will go around each classroom serving coffee and pastries to teachers. Staff for free every Monday to show our appreciation. We had a visit from our new superintendent, Rachel Monarez, which was a success. We all got to meet her and got to know a little bit about her. ASB spent last Friday at the street fair to help out the community. We were in charge of all the games and prizes for the kids at the Kids Zone. We are at Richland trying to do more for our community and outspread and get our name out there in the city of Orange. Here are some of our future plans. Back to school night is next Wednesday. All parents and students are welcome and should go back to school night to acknowledge our respectful scholars. Students are being surveyed on clubs and electives that they would like to take throughout the year to implement new clubs and electives for the next quarter. Spirit Week is coming up. ASB voted on Spirit Week themes that will occur in 2 weeks. Activities such as Jersey Day, Twin Day, Anything But a Backpack, Disney theme, Senior versus Color War, Blue versus Yellow, and our goal is to have more school connections, to have a chance for our students to get out of their comfort zone and interact with more of their fellow peers. Thank you and hope to see y'all soon.
Thank you. Caitlin.
Good evening, President Erickson, members of the board, and Superintendent Monarez. My name is Caitlin, and I'm so excited to represent Villa Park this year. I'm looking forward to this exciting opportunity to share more about the school I care so much about. We ended our summer with registration, which was held August 11th through the 14th, with makeup registration on the 18th. Also on August 18th was our freshman orientation, where freshmen came with their parents to pick up their schedules, tour the campus with ASB leaders, and learn more about VP. We had over 250 people attend. We welcomed back our Spartans on August 20th. To kick off our day, our ASB juniors hosted Senior Sunrise on our track. It was a great way to kick off our last first day, with lots of photo opportunities, games, and breakfast provided. With the start of the school year, we opened our newly renovated gym. As a varsity dancer who spends at least 5 days a week in the gym, it is not only beautiful, but the addition of air conditioning is wonderful. We've had a total of 3 football games so far. On Saturday the 23rd, we had our first game, securing our first Spartan victory. We had over 1,000 people attend the game. Cheer also hosted on that night their Junior Spartan Clinic, where they had over 90 kindergarten through 8th grade students come to cheer and perform at halftime. On August the 29th, we had our first away game. Unfortunately, we took home a loss. Last Friday, we had another away game, bringing home a second Spartan victory. Our back to school night was held on Wednesday, September 3rd, where we also recognized our honor roll recipients from spring of 2025. Our cheer team held their annual Hello Dance on Saturday, September 6th from 7 to 10 p.m. in our Performing Arts Center. The theme was Western. There were games, photo ops, and line dancing. And today we had a home volleyball game with a student section, and the theme was red, white, and blue in honor of Patriots Day. And finally, we have our first assembly of the year next Friday, featuring choir, dance, cheer, and our varsity sports. Thank you all for your time, and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Out of curiosity, how many of your schools are having voter registration week this week? Are you all having it? No? Okay. I was just curious. Okay. All right. So next item up is approval of minutes. We have minutes from July 14th and August 14th. I'm going to take them together unless there is a reason to separate them. Anybody? Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from July 14th and August 14th?
Motion to approve.
Trustee Thomas, do I have a second? Second. Trustee Glass. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries 7-0. All right. Next item is public comment on agenda items. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on agenda items?
We have one, and it's under consent.
It's under consent. Okay. All right. So we do the comments right before we hear that particular action item. So we will hear that before we pull. You'll remind me to do that. Yes. Okay. All right, first action item we have is 2024-2025 unaudited actuals financial report and 25-26 revised budget. Ms. Holguin and Ms. Bosara will be presenting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Erickson, and good evening, trustees and community members here and at home. Tonight, Ms. Bosara and I will be presenting our unaudited actual expenditure report. I want to start by sharing why I believe this is the most critical fiscal document we bring before the board each year. This report actually gives you something concrete, a complete picture of our actual spending patterns and emerging trends that will shape our fiscal projections. Through these numbers, although these numbers are technically unaudited, they're essentially final unless our auditors discover a significant material finding. Unlike projections or estimates, the expenditure data you'll see tonight has materialized. With that context, let's go ahead and get started. So here you will see our presentation overview, and first we will start by identifying our objective for tonight. Then we'll get into the budget and financial reporting cycle just as a reminder, look at our unaudited actuals, and then our next steps. While our objective states we're providing a year-end summary, I want to emphasize that this report serves as a new starting point for all our future fiscal decisions as previously shared. I found this quote to be particularly relevant to this report and fiscal responsibilities of the district, as we can only understand our financial position by looking backwards at what transpired and use the data. In our case, actual numbers to plan forward responsibly. So I thought it was very fitting to what tonight's presentation. Okay, so here, each time here's a reminder of where we are in our reporting cycle. We like to show this with each required reporting. And tonight's unaudited actuals reporting, as you see highlighted in yellow, represent the critical pivot point where we transition from actual spending data to forward planning on the new starting point. If you recall, last month we provided a 45-day revision information for the 25-26 budget, and that is because we bring the board a proposed budget to adopt, yet the books of the previous year have not been closed. That is why a budget is very fluid, and again, in my opinion, tonight's information is the most important reporting for all the future reports. This information impacts our multi-year projections that will be part of the first interim, which you will see here, which will be presented to you in December. So before I hand it over to Ms. Bosara, who will be presenting the actual fiscal information for the 24-25 year, let's remember that as we are looking at the revenues and expenditures, they present the cumulative activity for the previous fiscal year, and we are already operating for the current year. This information will allow us to compare budget projections from other reporting periods, specifically our proposed budget numbers. They will establish our official ending fund starting point for the 25-26 year, and these numbers allow us to see the trends that have materialized both for revenues and expenditures. Finally, we are required to file this information with the county and state, who again, it is subject to audit. I will now turn it over to Ms. Becerra, who will walk you through the detailed financial data that illustrates exactly what we've been discussing. Ms. Becerra.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan, and good evening, everyone. As Ms. Hogan said, that this is really critical report in our budget cycle. As we close our year, general fund is our main operating budget for the district, and there are two parts: unrestricted programs and restricted programs. And unrestricted programs, we are gonna show you what we have estimated at June board meeting, and also the unaudited actuals in the September right now when we close the books, and also what we have revised for 25-26 year budget. The total revenue we estimated about $287 million, and we received to over $295 million when we closed the books for unrestricted. That is mainly because of the other local revenue that's contributing the higher interest rate, and also the adjustment that we have to make based on the fair market value, and also the contributions that we are making it to our restricted programs that have been declined by about $2 million, so that is the contributor for the higher revenue. The total expenditures, we estimated about over $282 million, and we ended the year with a little bit higher, $287.7 million, and that's mainly because of the salary and benefits included the one-time approved raise for our employees, and also also the indirect costs that restricted programs that we have a decline in our spending in restricted programs. So the indirect cost credit that we take it in unrestricted funds, that is lower, and that's why it's showing the higher expenditures. Overall, the change in fund balance was increased from $4.9 million to $7.9 million, and it's increasing our ending fund balance. But that is also the contributor to the carryover programs and other donation carryover programs for next year. Looking at the 25-26 revised budget, we have included the TK add-on that we presented at the 45-day revised board meeting last month, and so that has been included in the revenue. And the expenses are pretty similar to what we have presented earlier in the June board meeting at estimate, and those are the, you see the 14 million change in fund balance. That is looking high right now, but it will be changing as we update the carryover in our expenditure budget. That will decline, and that will also decline our reserves as well. As we update our budget more based on the carryover that we have not budgeted at this time. This is the other main part of the restricted programs out of general fund. And restricted programs, as the name suggests, that those comes with the various restrictions, and also comes with the timeline to spend those funds. And with that, the revenue that we estimated earlier was 131, and we are very close in our projection, and we close our books with 131 in revenues. The total expenditure, however, was estimated $153 million, but we ended the year with way lower than what we estimated. It's close to about $13 million less than what we estimated. And that's mainly because of there are various programs that are allowing more than 1 year to spend those funds, such as ELOP, and there are one-time block grants that are spanning for 3 to 4 years. So we are going to be working with Ed Services to look at the restricted funding balance and how we can strategically budget those for next few years, not only the 25-26, but the future years as well. So 56.7 million, that's ending the year for 24-25 year. For 25-26 budget year, we have revised one-time student support professional discretionary block grant that we earlier presented about 6.7 million. So we have included that as part of our revenue. And also we are going to receive ELOP additional funding about 10 million and learning recovery block grant about 2 million. That all the revenues have been included in the projections, but the expenditures remain pretty similar. We have not included any of the expenditures as of right now until we meet together and come up with a spending plan for those funds. And also at that time, we will talk about the restricted ending fund balance and how to budget those going forward. This general fund combined is the combination of unrestricted and restricted funds. Previous two slides combining together, these are the amounts. So estimated to receive 419 million, and we received a little bit higher, 427 million. That is because of the interest revenue that we received higher, and also the ELOP funding that we received a little bit higher money for state revenue, under state revenue. I would like to draw your attention to salary and benefits, which is about 78% of our total expenses. And as you can see that we estimated about 328 million, and we are really very close in our estimation, and we spent 327, and including that one-time pay in there as well. Also, looking at the materials and supplies and other services, we estimated a little bit higher, and we spent a little bit less, and that's more contributing to restricted programs. And as you can see, capital outlay, we have budgeted about 12.9 million, and we spent close to that number. And that's because of the, we had one-time funding ESSER that we had to spend money by September 2024. And those are for facility projects that we spend those funds. And as you can see in the 25-26 year, that amount we have reduced down to 5.5 million for not including any other facility projects because the ESSER one-time block grant was expired, and those facility projects now later moved to other facility funds, which is Fund 40. So overall, total expenditures, we estimated about 436 million, and out of that, we spent over 427 million. We estimated to have change in balance, a negative of 16.5 million, but since we did not spend enough funds, we are going to have a lesser, less than 1 million deficit spending. We are leaving about 215 million ending fund balance. And in the next slide, I'll go over what are the components of those ending fund balance. In 25-26, we are just reminding one more time that we have included various new one-time revenues, but we have not included any expenditures or carryover for unrestricted and restricted programs. Those we are going to be including by first interim report, so you will see the change in those ending fund balance and the change in the end balance.
So as Ms. Bolsera was saying, and as we were talking about the importance of this report and looking here at this combined information and having concrete, so that second column there in terms of the unaudited actuals, this is where we finally ended the year based on the information there. And so we use that information to project forward. And so even with our budget, as we're looking at it right now where it stands, we know that some of those expenditures will change, as Ms. Bolsera is saying, because some of the carryover has not yet been part of those expenditures. Our revenue will pretty much stay the same unless things change in terms of our ADA. But this, again, when we think of the purpose of the unaudited actuals and what it provides for us, it provides a good starting point for those future projections. And it also provides that starting point when we're looking at our beginning fund balance. So as Ms. Bolsera mentioned, where we projected to have a higher negative in terms of our ending balance in terms of start at a lower lower amount because of what actually came to fruition, and our deficit there was less than $1 million, then our starting point when we're looking at there has changed. And so again, this information gives us a new starting point for our 25-26, but our updated numbers will be reflected more with our first interim information. So again, the importance of these numbers.
Thank you. So we are going to be starting the 25-26 year with 215.8 million, and that changes the estimate for next year as well. So out of the 215.8 million total ending fund balance, we know that most of it is for restricted programs, and with the restrictions on those programs, 56.7 million. There are some funds allocated to inventory and assigned for carryovers, and the commitment as approved by board last June 2024, and there is changes based on the ending fund balances, in addition to reserving the 3% required contingency reserve. For 25-26, similarly, we have committed those funds per board's approval back in June 2025. And just a new additional category that we included is the district-wide emergency alert system. As you can see that we have set aside 5.5 million out of our reserve for those emergency systems. And as we plan to spend those funds, we will be budgeting those in expenditures, and that way we are going to be releasing this from commitment reserves, and we are going to be budgeting those funds. And so these are the restricted ending fund balances, and this really outlines what are the programs that are carrying over the balances for our restricted programs. So we have about 56.7 million, and starting with the first program, Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, that is available for 2 years. And so as you can see, the ending balance of 11.2 million that we have to spend by June 30th, 2026. And we have also received additional funding for ELOP in 25-26. So the 25-26, 21.2 million, that is inclusive of the 11 million carryover, because as we mentioned earlier, that we have not budgeted any of the carryover yet. So you'll see the ending fund balance for 25-26 is higher, including the 24-25. Similarly, there are programs that are also ending this year by June 30th, 2026. One of them is Arts and Music Block Grant, which is we are carrying over 9.9 million. Most of them we are already planned and budgeted that. A very small amount of that we are going to be reallocating that. And there are programs like A through G grants. They are also expiring by June 30th. And we have Learning Recovery Grant that is available until June 2028. And in addition to that, we have also added the Student Support Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant for 6.7 million. As I mentioned, that we have included in the revenue, but not budgeted any expenditures. That is why you are seeing the balance in the 25-26 column. And we will be, coming together with Ed Services, coming together and planning for those funds.
So here, just as Ms. Bolsero was sharing, when we go back and we look at that compared and currently right now, based on the information, because these monies have not yet been budgeted, we see an excess of 18 million. However, when these expenditures are budgeted, then those numbers will change. And the important part is that this money is coming from the ending fund balance and going into the expenditures. It's not new revenue. It's money that's there. It's just not part of the budgeted expenditures right now. So that's the important part when we look at this information.
Thank you. So we, in addition to general fund, we are supposed to be reporting for other funds as well. And we do have various other funds that we maintain separate funds for each of them. For example, Adult Education, Child Development Fund, Cafeteria, Nutrition Services Fund, Deferred Maintenance, or any other facilities funds. And these are the ending fund balances as of end of the 24-25 year, and also estimating for 25-26 year. Mostly you are seeing the amounts are pretty similar or a little bit higher in 25-26 year, and that is because of the interest portion that we are calculating for 25-26 year. And we have not budgeted any of the carryover from this this 24-25. That is why the amounts are still the same for both the years.
And while this is not a part of our general operating fund, it's important to know this information and these funds, because if any of these funds were ever to get into any trouble, for example, with adult education or child development, or if I would say if they needed additional contributions, then the general fund would have to contribute to support those programs. So while they have to be held in separate funds, it's important to monitor them. For example, with our child development, a lot of our preschool programs operate through that fund, and so monitoring that very closely and whether a contribution ever would need to take place on that, as well as with our cafeteria fund. So it's important for us to monitor those closely, although they're kept separately.
And this list various facilities fund, but we are going to be focusing on general obligation that was passed earlier, and we are to maintain separate fund within building fund 21. And as you can see that these funds are not to use for any other purposes but the bond language. So per the bond language, that each high school was allocated 72 million for various projects. And so as you can see, out of 288 million, so far until 23-24 year, it was 245.7 million has been spent by each of the site. And in 24-25 year alone, it was about 24.1 million were spent. So total of 269.8 million were spent out of 288 million. And so that is leaving about 18.1 million for rest of the project. Also, I would like to draw your attention to Al Medina High School, 13.7 million in 24-25. That is mainly because of the phase 2 projects that we are trying to wrap the projects for. And the total interest earned for the GO bond for both the issuances is accumulated to 16.7 million for all the funds.
So in that previous slide, you were, if you can just move it forward, you were able to see it there under Fund 21 as a combined, and then because again, as Ms. Bolsera said, it's broken based on the bond language in terms of the 72 million. So here, we're in the process. Last month, if you recall, we gave an update in regards to where we were at with our facilities, and also an update with Measure S, and we're currently getting ready for Phase 3 of Measure S. So those ending fund balances there, that is the money that we will be looking at and moving forward with our Phase 3 of Measure S.
Right. With that, we are currently, fiscal services is really working on, setting up the worksheets and discussing with the ed services to align the, carryovers for budgeting in 25-26 year, and also planning for multi-year, projections for those funds that are not expiring within 1 year. And as we speak, this week we are getting audited by external auditor. That is a routine audit, and that happens to review our financial records for 24-25 year. Once that's going to be certified and audit report is prepared, it will be presented to the board in January board meeting. In the meantime, we are continue monitoring the enrollment and average daily attendance, and we will be revising our revenue projections for 25-26 and out years for updated and final CalPERS reporting for the enrollment. Also, all this data combining together, will be putting together the first interim report, and will be presenting and filing that report by December 15th and presenting to board by December 15th board meeting. Okay, with that, I would like to take the opportunity to thank fiscal team for their collaboration and immense work that goes within year-end closing and every accounting entry and a lot of programs and collaborations with Ed Services. So I really would like to thank my team and the entire district, and thank you board for your support and the cabinet members.
Thank you. And thank you for always being so thorough. And also for always answering questions when we just call randomly and ask you. So we appreciate that. Do any board members have questions, comments? Okay. Trustee Page?
Thank you both and your entire department for all your hard work. The comment I wanted to make was in the financial report, something that really stood out to me was how the revenues have increased by $7.3 million in terms of restricted funds. So really enhancing our after-school programs and the opportunities that our students have to expand their learning, and then also our universal preschool program. And then the other thing that the audit mentions is that there's expenses have decreased by 8.3 also within those specific realms. So it's like just maneuvering the funds so that they can really be focused on our students, and I just want to share appreciation. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Trustee Glass?
Thank you for your presentation. Once again, very thorough. I noticed in the ending fund balance that our enrollment declined 500 students. What is our potential projection for next year?
In terms of the committed funds where we put there?
That's correct.
So yes, so we've been committing those funds there. However, we actually ended up decreasing. Less this year, it was roughly about 260 students. So with that, we're taking the information right now. We're seeing that trend. So that's an opportunity to adjust that and make some changes based on that information.
Okay.
So we would say probably roughly about 300.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was actually the question I had, because it says loss of ADA and enrollment decline. So it was estimated at 500, but it ended up being closer to 300?
Correct.
Okay.
Roughly about 260. And so again, these were all commitments that were done as part of the proposed. And so using that information to now move forward with changes based on that information.
And it is stunning how much we do lose with absenteeism.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's estimated for the budget next year at $16 million just because of absences. So that really gives our student community services team something to work on, I suppose.
And you make a good point on that, because even though enrollment, we actually get funded based on attendance.
Yes.
So we may have 100 students, but if our attendance is only 97%, then we're only at that 97% when it comes to the what we actually get funded off of.
Right. And as Mr. Angel said, our attendance has gone up by 1 point, whatever that number was, but that represents a huge amount of money.
Absolutely.
1% is huge. So good work, and let's keep going with it. Okay. Any other questions? Trustee Vane.
So I see that as compared to this past year, we are budgeting around $7 million less from the federal government. And is that from, what's been going on in the current administration? And to be clear, I know you shared with us this in the past, but the district is fully able to compensate for all of that and all of our programs. And if you could reiterate that, please.
So that budget that you are seeing, the 14 million compared to what we spent, 21 million, that 14 million is the true revenue that we are expecting in 25-26 year, and that has no impact on any of the decline or anything. but that is the revenue that we are expecting. And 21 million is including the carryover. So when we are closing these books and we are going to add the carryover in there, that amount will go up because we are going to be, that title programs, we are going to be increased because those are unearned revenue. So if we don't earn the same year that we receive the revenue, then we have to reduce revenue and expenses. So then next year we are going to be increasing revenue and expenditures with that as well. So you'll see both increasing.
Right. Thank you.
And additionally, on that note, over the last few years, we have actually seen higher federal, and again, that part of that was because of ESSER funding during those years, and some of that ESSER funding was spread throughout different years. Not necessarily the case here fully on that, but we have seen the previous years' trends that the federal was higher, and so now you're getting to more realistic numbers in terms of what it is moving forward. Your second question is yes, we are able to make some changes in terms of being able to support those programs, and also looking at some of the new opportunities with some of the newer funding to be able to make moves as needed.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that is the question, because as we know, this year we were told one day before we were supposed to receive funds that we weren't going to be getting them, and then the administration reversed course on that. But it is a little uncertain as to what we're promised and what we're actually going to receive. Is that I'm assuming that you're going to be accounting for that.
Absolutely. I mean, we're hearing some changes right as we're speaking right now with some of the special ed funding and different things that are taking place. So that is, again, part of, as we look at our ending fund balance, how can we use that to support during those times as things are taking place?
And they've really put a target on English language learners and immigration, those sorts of things in terms of cutting funding. So, I mean, fortunately, we don't rely hugely on federal funds, but
correct.
I'm assuming we have to sort of take what they say with a grain of salt at this point in time, because we don't really know what we're going to get. So, okay.
Being prepared for that rainy day.
Yes, of course. And good thing we have a good rainy day fund to depend on. Okay, any other board members? And if not, I'll move to board representatives. Student board representatives, do any of you have any questions or comments? I don't expect you to. I know this is your first meeting, and this is also complicated, so no pressure, but I just wanted to know. Okay, so are we good? Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate it.
This is an action item, so we do need to take...
Yes, it is. You're right.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Do I have a motion to adopt the 24-25 unaudited actuals, financial report, and 25-26 revised budget?
I'll move it.
Okay, Trustee Thomas. Do I have a second? Trustee Glass. Any comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next item is 7B, public hearing on the sufficiency of textbooks, instructional materials, and science lab equipment, and adoption of board resolution number 02-25-26. Dr. Whitmer, Lisa Green.
Good evening. Thank you, President Erickson. I'm going to introduce Lisa Green, our Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, to introduce this item.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Whitmer. Good evening, Board President Erickson, board members, Superintendent Menares, Executive Cabinet, staff, and community members. The Williams settlement sets a specific timeline for districts in certifying the sufficiency of textbooks, instructional materials, and science lab equipment in grades 9 through 12. The settlement requires the hearing to be held prior to the end of the 8th week after the first day pupils attend school. Education Code Section 60119 specifies that the governing boards of school districts establish steps and procedures and take appropriate action to ensure the availability of textbooks and instructional materials on a yearly basis. The Office of Curriculum and Instruction has determined that all grades are sufficient with the number of textbooks, instructional materials in the areas of mathematics, science, English language arts, English language development, and the visual and performing arts. In addition, the availability of laboratory sciences equipment was found sufficient for all science courses offered in grades 9 through 12. The district has posted, as required by law, a notice of public hearing 10 days in advance of this evening's hearing, and the resolution satisfies the requirements of the timeline for implementation of the Williams settlement legislation. It is recommended that the Board of Education hold a public hearing, adopt resolution number 02-25-26, and certify to the California Department of Education that the district has complied with the requirement of Education Code Section 60119.
All right. I will now close the regular meeting and open the public hearing at 8:41 p.m. Are there any speakers regarding the sufficiency of textbooks, instructional materials, and science lab equipment? You do not have to pull the blue card in order to speak. You're more than welcome to come up. All right. And introduce yourself at the podium.
Hello, my name is Jolynn Lang. I'm a parent in the district, and I just wanted to make sure, I'm sure this is already accounted for, but that we are have either subscription or access to books for special education students, such as for students who are blind, that sort of thing, for all of our education materials.
Thank you.
Yes, if it's written in a student's IEP that they need materials in Braille, we do procure those materials in Braille as needed.
Excellent. Do we have any other speakers, public speakers? All right, hearing none, I will now close the public hearing and reopen the regular board meeting at 8:43 p.m. Is there a motion to adopt resolution 02-25-26 to certify to the California Department of Education that the district has complied with the requirements of the Education Code?
I'll move it.
Trustee Pelly. Do I have a second? Trustee Page. Wow. Okay. Do we have any comments? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 6-0-1. Ms. Yamasaki has stepped out for a moment. So,
thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Green, Dr. Whitmer. All right. Next item. Approval of revised arts, music, and instructional materials block grant spending plan. Dr. Whitmer and Lisa Green.
All right, thank you, President Erickson. Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Menares. Tonight we'll present on the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant update, and we have 3 objectives for tonight. Make sure this works. To celebrate progress in the arts and instructional programs, first of all, to share some highlights of how arts, music, and instructional materials block grant funds have supported students, and then to provide you with an update and request your approval of that updated plan for 2023 through 2026. And Lisa Green is coming back to the podium.
Good evening again. So here's the outline for tonight. We will be reviewing background on the Arts, Music, and Instructional Material Block Grant, and that includes our educational partner input, the board-approved plan areas, an expenditure summary, the proposed expenditure plan for the 25-26 year, and finally, the requested board approval for the updated Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant Plan. Allowable uses. So the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant, created by Assembly Bill 181 and then further amended by Assembly Bill 185, provided OUSD with about $14.25 million, which must be spent by June 30th, 2026. Allowable uses include standards-aligned professional development and instructional materials, book collections, operational costs, and technology. This flexibility lets us target local needs while staying within state guidelines. To ensure alignment with our community, we gathered input from staff, parents, and students when creating our original plan. The top priority that emerged was expansion of visual and performing arts education, including enhancement of our performance spaces. Other requests included instructional materials, school climate supports, book collections, technology, and operational costs. As a result, arts and music education became the top priority for the grant. This reflects our district's strong commitment to ensuring students have access to creativity and innovation through the arts. In 2023, the board approved a multi-year plan that balanced site-directed and district-directed funds. I'll walk through each area briefly. So we have art education school site directed funds. So at the site level, each school has received and continues to receive a yearly allocation to support student VAPA opportunities tailored to their school site specific needs, such as instructional materials and equipment that bring art experiences directly to students. District-directed investments focused on expanding VAPA education and performance opportunities, instructional materials and updated curriculum, technology for VAPA instruction, instrument refurbishment, performance space enhancement, family engagement in the arts, and support for vertical articulation across grade spans. The plan also supported school climate with professional learning in positive behavioral supports and behavior management, ensuring safe and supportive environments that enable teaching and learning in every classroom. Standards-aligned supports included PD for meeting diverse learners' needs, expanded book collections, such as bilingual books, classroom libraries, and decodables, and content-specific professional learning in core areas. Regarding the funds that we've spent in the 2023-24 and 2024-25 school year, there were two main areas of impact. VAPA instructional materials were purchased. This included items such as art supplies, music equipment and instruments, theater backdrops, microphones, lighting, and uniforms for band and dance. Oops. Also, the expansion of VAPA opportunities, such as field trips, guest artists and performances, staff PD, and after-school enrichment to broaden student access and ignite engagement. We also begin the enhancement of performance spaces with sound and lighting, display equipment, furniture, and portable stages and risers. We invested in technologies such as iPads for digital art, cameras, and audio equipment for instructional purposes. And I wanted to call out the musical instruments as its own area because we purchased many, many new instruments for our music programs, as well as repairs, and we purchased a lot of cases to keep and protect the equipment. And we wanted to make sure that we could keep our programs' performance ready, and this is something that will then last for many, many years. So looking ahead to the 25-26, here is the proposed plan for deploying the remaining arts, music, and instructional materials block grant funds. They are aligned to program needs and state guidance. So just to review first, our total allocation was $14,254,835. As of June 30th, 2025, we had spent $4,334,681.37. So that leaves us with the remaining funds of $9,920,153.63. And we have great plans for these funds. So a little over $1 million has been directed and allocated and deployed directly to the sites. The district has $550,000 for district-based arts education funds, and a large part of this is for instructional materials and equipment for our elementary VAPA program because we do handle that at a district level. That's for grades 4 through 6. But also funds for site-based programs when more than their allocation is needed. We are currently in the process, and we're really excited about this part. We're currently in the process of working with our facilities department to update many of our VAPA performance spaces for an estimated cost of $4 million. This will include audio-visual upgrades, lighting, and also the structural supports that are needed for these upgrades and more. $250,000 will continue to provide support for improving school climate through such programs as PBIS, which is Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports. Then about $2.7 million is for the operational costs associated with everything that we are getting, with the technology, the library books, the supplies, and includes staffing support and professional development so that we make sure that what we're purchasing is really used effectively with our students. And then we have about $1 million that will go towards textbooks. As you know, we're doing a K-8 math adoption, so we are spending a little more this year than we would normally spend on a yearly basis on textbooks, but we're very excited about our K-8 math adoption as well. So these investments that you see here, they're going to sustain and expand access to art education and other key standards-aligned instructional programs across our schools. So this evening, we respectfully request approval for the updated Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant Plan. Your approval will keep us aligned to state requirements and district priorities and ensure timely, effective use of the remaining funds for students. Thank you for your ongoing support of our students' creativity and learning, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Trustees, who would like to start? Anybody? Okay, Trustee Thomas?
Just a comment, as usual, thank you so much. Made me smile immediately when I read this, and thank you.
Thank you.
Let me go ahead.
Trustee
All right.
Yamasaki?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this. This is very exciting. I can tell you that I got a lot of parent feedback on VAPA and the investment in music and arts, and it's been overwhelmingly positive, so that's really awesome. I think one of the questions that I get too is who determines how the money gets spent at the site level? Like, how is that distributed, and who gets to pick what programs?
So when we were first creating our plan, our school sites each did surveys of their VAPA departments and their other departments and spoke with their ILTs to kind of decide what are the priorities for our school and where are the needs. So that's a big part of it. And then it's continued with the ILTs discussing it and where the need is. And that's where it is really site specific, because some of the sites needed new band uniforms. Some of them really needed new instruments. Others, wanted art supplies for their art classrooms. So
And do they get input from their parents?
Yes,
Groups?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we also did a huge big survey community-wide that we had sent out through School Messenger at the beginning, where parents got to give feedback. And then we provided that feedback directly to our site, so that helps them craft their plan. They craft a plan every year stating how they're going to spend those funds.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that that's
Definitely.
what's happening. The other question I have is regarding the textbooks and the K-8 math adoption, and the allocation is $1 million there. I'm just assuming that $1 million is just a portion,
It's just
right?
a
It's
part.
just, okay.
It's just a part. We also have other funds that are dedicated towards the K-8
Got
math
it, got it.
adoption.
Okay. Well, thank you. Those are my two questions, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate all the work that you're doing on this.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Trustee Page?
Okay. Thank you again, Mrs. Green. I have a question on, following up with the school site directed funds. Do you have some examples of what that looks like for each individual site?
Yeah, so they do create a plan, and so they create a plan to decide kind of how they're going to spend it with both arts, the music, instructional materials grant, and then with the Prop 28, especially specifically. So with each site, we keep track, and we track as it comes in what they're spending it on, so we can see that. A lot of the sites that wanted to update the sound systems that they had. And for some of the sites, they could do that with just replacing like for like, but then other ones are going to need more structural support. So then that's where we're bringing in the whole facilities thing that we're doing with the $4 million. For others, a lot of the sites invested in instruments. For the elementary schools, because we started fourth grade with the Prop 28 funds, fourth grade VAPA, there was a lot of purchases of new violins for the VAPA classes, things like that, recorders, art materials. And then also art supplies for the teachers so that then teachers in other grades can do it. At the secondary level, it was a lot of funding spent towards instruments, towards costumes, towards art supplies again. And then we also did things like we expanded our VAPA showcase that we do in March to 2 nights. We did some field trips, some guest speakers on campus, some things like that. So lots of different things, but each site we do have track of kind of what they've spent.
Is there follow-up conversations with either the school site or within the team that's working on this about the sustainability of it? So if
Yes.
the last year or this year we have an abundance of new instruments, what is that going to look like in about 7 years when we need to start replacing strings or parts?
So I have plans. I've started already. I meet with every site every year, and we kind of go over the funds. So for sustainability, we have Prop 28. So Prop 28 is 80% must be spent on staffing unless a waiver, and then the other 20% can be spent on instructional materials for VAPA. So in that respect, now we are starting to talk with the sites, now that they've got this influx of all the new instruments and everything, how they every year use that 20% of Prop 28 to make sure that they're regularly updating what needs to be updating to increase that sustainability of our VAPA programs.
Great. So it's not coming from the site fund. And then comment I had was that you were very thoughtful about adding professional development along with bringing in new materials. And that's something that sometimes is missing. I haven't really seen that in other school districts. So knowing that our school district was able to provide that, it just adds so much more to the materials that are being shared with students. And then the last question I have, because your presentation is very an overview of all the many things that you're doing. Or potentially food for thought for the future would be around music therapy. So having a collaboration with our special ed department and maybe student and community services about combining a lot of what's happening with student behavior and including it with music therapy. So not only just music and movement of getting our kids potentially removed, but really including some of that, and then adding the cultural relevance. So a lot of our VAPA program is really focused on Eurocentric mediums, and how can we start including potentially other cultures as well.
That's great feedback. Thank you.
Trustee Vane?
Thank you so much for this. I am a big supporter of the arts and very much enjoyed the showcases that we had earlier this year. The question I have, and I know that this wasn't necessarily the aim of this presentation, but I know that several of the elementary schools are working to try and supplement our VAPA program with their own, programs, maybe TK through 3 that are being paid for out of the parent groups. And, is there a higher level vision that we could offer about what we might be able to do if we're dreaming about, how to bring those programs even earlier to our students?
Yeah, last spring I met with all of our schools, our elementary schools, about that TK3 and how we could support VAPA instruction in there. So a lot of the schools were writing a waiver, so we can do a waiver for Prop 28 funds, because some of our schools, they're spending some on staffing, but they don't have then enough to warrant a full teacher, enough funds of that Prop 28 left. So we're doing a waiver so that we can spend a little bit more than that 20% that we're allowed to spend on things that are not new instructional staff, so that we can bring in contracted services, so we can bring in people that will do those arts instruction in our classrooms with our TK3 students. So that's something we're working on with some school sites. Other school sites are hiring VAPA coaches that will work alongside with the teacher, just a set amount of hours a week to provide those VAPA experiences for the younger students. So we've been really brainstorming different ways that we can bring more VAPA experiences to our students at a younger age.
So then the thought is that each individual school site can determine which they want, like the working with the teacher or working with the,
Yes, and each individual school site has different amounts of Prop 28 funding because it's based on their attendance, but it's also based on their count of English learner, low income, and foster youth students. So they really need to kind of target it towards the funds that they have and their student population and what their student population's needs and wants are of their school community.
Thank you.
I have one more follow-up question, sorry. I'm pleased that our legislature has made these grants a priority. And do you know if there are plans to establish or extend grants in the future years past 26?
We have some other ones on the horizon, but as far as like an arts grant like this, I think it's Prop 28 is what we have. I do not know currently of any new ones, but they do come up kind of regularly. So we're always on the lookout for them or looking out for grants that we can write ourselves, like our K-12 Strong Workplace grants and our CTE grants that we write.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that because I just didn't want it to say, oh, we ran out of money, we got to just cut it all off, And so I think it's important, the continuity. I mean, investing in the musical instrument, obviously, that'll take us into some years, but, we need the teachers and the instructional materials and...
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, thank you. Or we need to pressure our legislators to do this.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Trustee Pelley?
Thank you. I'm just a student of the arts from the time I was really, really small. So I love the fact that we've got VAPA going and that it's expanded so much in the last few years. I just wanted to point out too that I love all the different pieces of this, that so much of this money is going to different things. And I was especially happy to see the added money for PBIS, because I think that just the behavior and the, all of the school culture piece, school climate is really important. So thank you for adding that. I was going to ask about sustainability, but Trustee Page got that answered for me. And then I was just going to mention, we have in our agenda tonight a couple of the coast-to-coast coaching and Alivo for the after school and supporting the VAPA program. So I had seen that and was kind of going to ask about that, so that clears it up. But a couple of our schools, looks like 3 or 4 of them are doing that, so that's great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I do have a couple of questions as well. Can you just clarify, so K through 8 math adoption textbooks, how does that fit into the arts grant?
So the grant itself is an arts, music, and instructional materials block grant. So if you look back, it is not just for arts education, it is also for standards-based instructional materials in the core content areas. So that's one of the areas that is one of the allowable uses.
Okay. I assumed it meant instructional materials for music specifically, or for the arts, but it's
a variety of things for arts and music, and then standards-based instructional materials and professional development, and also school climate. So a variety of different allowable uses that we can then target to our specific needs.
Okay. Just because I feel like we have so little that's really dedicated specifically to arts, and I would love to be able to just use our other funding for things like math textbooks and really focus this funding specifically on arts and education, arts and music, because it is so limited. The amount is not that great, and $1 million seems like a lot of money that could be used elsewhere, that we can use general fund money for K through 8 math adoption.
Yeah,
how does that happen? It would.
So we don't know quite yet what the exact amount of the math adoption will be. So we've budgeted out of other funds what we think will cover the math adoption, but we're just now going through the process, and it's a wide range of the cost of the different companies. So this gives us a little flexibility if there is a program that our teachers decide is going to be meet the best needs of our students, but it's a little more than what we originally budgeted. we can pull from here. If not, then those funds can be used for other purposes as outlined in the different areas of the plan.
Okay. I mean, I personally prefer to have this spent on what I think it should be spent on, which is music and arts. So however we can work that out, I would love to be able to use that $1 million towards specifically the arts. For instance, the enhancement of the VAPA performance spaces, I'm thrilled to see $4 million there. I know that doesn't really touch the needs. I know if you, for instance, have to rent a sound system for a musical, it can cost $15,000, $18,000 for a performance. And so if we can actually create those sound systems so we aren't having to go out and pay for that, that makes way more sense, and it's sustainable over time because those systems will last at least for, you know, a decade.
Yeah.
So what are some of the examples of performance space enhancements that we're talking about?
So we went out, and the facilities team and our VAPA team went out to all the different school sites and kind of looked at our larger performance spaces. So they might be, you know, the multi-purpose room at Villa Park Elementary to the main performance spaces at our 4 high schools. So we kind of went, that's what we are looking at, is those big performance spaces in every place that had a big performance space. And then we looked at what was the need, and we spoke with the principals at the site. What was the need in relevance to sound and lighting were our top priorities, but then some other ones said we also need a screen in there, or they had some other things they need. So our estimate is $4 million, but those are the priority of the grant right now. So if it is a little more, then it will come out of the 1.5 or whatever we had there for the textbooks. So it's just some flexibility. We want to make sure that we are fiscally sound and do spend all the funds.
Mm-hmm.
So if for some reason it's less money for the performance spaces and we don't find out till near the end of the year, then that's when we can use some for the textbooks as well. Putting the textbooks in there gives us some of that flexibility.
Right, and I understand we have
Yeah.
to use it or lose it, and we
Yeah.
want to use it. But I think also I would love to even supplement some of that VAPA performance spaces with facilities funding. If, for instance, we're a little bit short on a sound system, I would love to be able to supplement that so that we can actually get a good sound system.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have a beautiful theater at Orange High School, and I know the sound system and lighting system still wasn't really what it needed to be, and so they ended up having to rent equipment. That seems crazy. I mean, we have a beautiful renewed theater. We should be able to have the best, facility there since we've spent so much money refurbishing it.
And that's one of the places we're looking at too.
Yeah.
And we're also looking at standardizing the sound equipment, so the same sound equipment is used in all of
Mhm.
these places so that we can better support the sound equipment as well. So that is one of the goals of this as well.
That's great. Okay. I appreciate that. Okay. That's all the questions I have. Anybody else? All right. Okay. So this is an action item. Do I have a motion to approve the revised art, music, and instructional materials block grant spending plan? Okay, Trustee Yamasaki. Do I have a second? Trustee Bain? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on to information and discussion items. We have our presentation on safe and welcoming schools. And I will refer this item to Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Angel, and Dr. Singh.
Good evening, Board President Erickson, distinguished school board members, Superintendent Morales, Executive Cabinet, staff, and our community. The superintendent has set a goal for OUSD to become a top district in Orange County, which I believe is an achievable goal given our excellent, talented students and staff, strong instructional program, and supportive community. Dr. Monades has introduced a framework emphasizing collective efficacy, a culture of innovation, continuous improvement, and a culture of belonging. Tonight, we are going to begin a conversation around the idea of building a culture of belonging. Creating a culture of belonging in a school district means ensuring that every student feels valued, respected, and supported physically, academically, socially, and emotionally, regardless of their background, identity, or life circumstances. So how does one measure how well a district is doing at creating a sense of belonging for students? The state of California has begun to recognize that student belonging is essential to academic engagement and success. While there isn't one single indicator for belonging, it is reflected across several measures in the California School Dashboard and the LCAP, including climate survey results, chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, graduation rates, college and career readiness. Together, these metrics help us understand how well schools are fostering environments where students feel connected, welcomed, and included. Before we begin, it may be helpful for us to define some key terms. While belonging is often used broadly, it functions as an umbrella concept. Terms like engagement, connectedness, and climate are primary factors, while primary factors influencing it, while safe, welcoming, and nurturing environments describe the conditions in which belonging may develop. I think it's important to acknowledge that what makes a student feel connected to school isn't always easily measured. For some students, it's VAPA Day, or their favorite teacher, or the club after school like robotics, or maybe the sport that they belong to, or even a warm meal. While there may not be specific metrics for these experiences or connections to their school, we know that they matter. And that's often what keeps students coming back to school day after day. Our objectives for this presentation are here: to understand the current state of the safe and welcoming school learning environments in OUSD, to identify the glows and grows within our current state, which will be embedded in our conversation, and to outline our roadmap to enhance and strengthen our sense of belonging in a safe and welcoming learning environment. Our agenda is this. We'll first talk about the current state of the safe and welcoming learning environment in our OUSD schools as they are aligned to our LCAP. We'll talk about our data and programs as they are aligned to our LCAP goals for goal number 2 and 3. And then we'll turn to our future focus and discuss our roadmap to enhance safe and welcoming schools in the area of student and engagement and conditions and climate. I'm pleased to introduce the principal presenters for this evening: Dr. Sue Singh, Chief Executive Officer of Special Education in SELPA, and Mr. Ediberto Angel, Executive Director of Student and Community Services. Both individuals bring extensive expertise to their respective fields. At this time, I would like to invite Mr. Angel to present the following section.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Good evening, Board President, Ms. Erickson, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Monades, Executive Cabinet, staff, and our community. At OUSD, we believe that student engagement begins with a sense of safety, belonging, and emotional well-being. Our commitment to creating safe and welcoming environments is a promise to every student that they are seen, supported, and valued. We will now take a look at data under student engagement. This slide outlines the metrics we will use to help us look at the current state of student engagement. We will look at both the California dashboard metrics, which includes chronic absenteeism and graduation rates, and our own internal metrics, which give us a deeper real-time view. Behavioral support coaching referrals, attendance rates, SART meetings, and wellness home visits. Let's take a moment to look at this data from the California dashboard for the 23-24 school year on chronic absenteeism for TK through 8th grade. This bar graph compares absenteeism rates to the state and several neighboring districts. As you can see, Orange Unified is at 14.4%, which is equal to Garden Grove. We are below the state average of 18.6%. However, we are higher than Newport Mesa, Placentia Yorba Linda, Tustin, and lower than Santa Ana, who was at 16.9%. On the right side of the slide, you'll see that out of every 100 students in our district, 14 were chronically absent during the 23-24 school year. These are students who missed 10% of the school year, roughly 18 days or more. We had roughly 15,000 TK through 8th grade students during the 23-24 school year. That 14.4% that you're looking at is roughly 2,100 students. This slide shows a 3-year trend from the California dashboard in chronic absenteeism, comparing our district to the state average. As you can see, in 21-22, OUSD was at 24.3%, while the state was at 30%. In 22-23, we dropped to 20.8%, while the state was at 24.3%. More recently, in 23-24, we made great progress, down to 14.4% compared to the state's 18.6%. The good news is that preliminary data suggests a decline in chronic absenteeism for the 24-25 school year. Looking more closely, we can see that the improvements in attendance are not just district-wide, but also making a difference for some of the most vulnerable groups that we have in our district. This slide shows our 23-24 chronic absenteeism rates from the California dashboard, along with the 3-year change since 21-22. District-wide, our chronic absenteeism rate is down nearly 10%. Students with exceptional needs improved even more, dropping by 12.1%. Our English learners saw a decrease of nearly 11%. Our foster youth improved by 7.6%. Students experiencing homelessness showed the most dramatic improvement, with chronic absenteeism reduced by 25% in just 3 years. And socioeconomic disadvantaged students also saw significant progress, down nearly 13%. As we've seen, chronic absenteeism has declined significantly across the district and among our student groups. This progress is especially meaningful given the challenges brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, which we all know disrupted routines, strained family systems, and led to historic dips in our student attendance nationwide. Our district has worked hard to rebuild these connections, restore trust, and re-engage our students, and the results are showing. This slide tells the other side of the story. Improved attendance rates across all grade levels. At the elementary level, attendance has steadily increased, reaching 95% this year, nearly 2% improvement over the past 3 years. Our middle schools have also shown strong gains, climbing to 94.5%, up more than 1.5%. High schools, where attendance is often the most challenging, has risen to 93.4%, up nearly a full percent point. And overall, our district attendance has improved by 1.5%, bringing us to 94.3%. This improvement is no coincidence. It reflects the efforts led by our team through our district attendance initiative. We champion attendance every school, every student, every day. This initiative includes ongoing data analysis to identify trends and intervene early, building capacity at our school sites, providing parent education, student and school celebrations, and also transforming our SART and SAR processes from compliance-driven meetings into supportive conversations that focus on student success and family engagement. This slide illustrates a significant increase in school attendance review team, also known as SART, meetings across all grade levels from the 23-24 to the 24-25 school year. Elementary schools increased from 215 to 324 meetings. Middle schools saw the most dramatic growth from 62 to 174. High schools rose from 281 to 336. Overall, the district conducted 834 SART meetings, up from 558. That's a 49% increase. In case you are wondering, a SART is a Tier 2 site-level intervention designed to address student attendance concerns early. It brings together school staff to review attendance data, identify barriers, and collaborate with families to develop personalized support plans before escalating to Tier 3 district-level interventions like SARB, which is the School Attendance Review Board. Our wellness home visits are another key Tier 2 intervention. Last school year, our office conducted 168 wellness home visits. These home visits are led by our SES team alongside school site support team. 168 total students were served, with 21 repeat visits, showing ongoing support for our high-need students. Elementary students accounted for 48 visits, while secondary students made up 120. Indicating a greater need at the middle school and high school level. The primary reasons for these visits were 58% attendance concerns, 34% academic support needs, and 8% unable to contact parents. These visits are personalized interventions that connect families to resources, build trust, and re-engage our students who may be struggling.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. So graduation rates are another measure in California's accountability system. And for the 23-24 school year, 94.6% of our students walked across the stage, diploma in hand, eager for possibilities. The rate, as you can see, is well above the state average, a reflection of the hard work of our students, our staff, and our families. When we compare ourselves with neighboring districts, you will see on the screen that we land kind of middle of the pack. The data is an affirmation of the strong work that is underway, and to Dr. Monarez and her power of and, it is a call to keep pressing forward for our students. Next slide. Looking inward at our students and subgroups reveals more than just percentages and numbers. It is a narrative of our students' journeys and their stories. So we see progress in some areas that we need to continue to work on. Students with exceptional needs, our English learner subgroup, and students experiencing homelessness made gains, and our foster youth, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and overall district rate saw a little dip. Let's get to the next slide, please. So behavioral supports. Let's go on to this additional metric, which is an internal metric. These behavioral supports remain one of the district's highest priorities. The outcomes shown on the slide here are grounded in the work of our behavior support assistants, our BSAs. As you can see on the slide, behavioral needs transcend all designations, right? They are beyond just general education or special education. They're touching every corner of our classrooms. The most striking learning that we have from this slide is that 63% of the BSA supports were directed towards our youngest learners, our littles, our TK, kinder, and first grade students. Later on in the presentation, we'll share the district's action in response to this need.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I would like to address the 10.7% drop in graduation rates to provide some context behind this decline for foster youth. When our foster youth students remain enrolled with us throughout their high school years, they graduate. However, the challenges arise when foster youth students disenroll, if they do not enroll anywhere else or are given a 5th year of eligibility for graduation under Assembly Bill provisions, the California dashboard still counts them as a non-grad for our district, even if they graduate after 5 years. We are actively working with our high schools to ensure that our foster youth students who leave this district, especially those who leave out of state or move out of state, are properly coded in ARIES. Accurate coding for students who move out of the state helps us prevent the district from being penalized. We will now look at some of the district programs under student engagement. Our district has made great strides in offering programs that keep our kids connected, supported, and engaged. While what you see on this slide represents just a snapshot, it's important to note that our offerings go beyond what's listed here. Tonight, we're going to highlight just a few programs, each one reflecting our commitment to the whole child and to creating safe, inclusive, and enriching learning environments for our kids. Under all universal engagement programs, these programs are implemented district-wide and serve all students, promoting a consistent foundation of support and connection. I will go ahead and talk about our positive behavioral interventions and supports, also known as PBIS. This is a proactive school-wide framework used to promote positive behavior, improve school climate, and increase student engagement at the elementary level using data to guide decisions and interventions. Each of our elementary sites completed a self-assessment tool that helps them evaluate their current implementation and identify areas of growth. Based on these results, schools receive customized training and coaching from OCDE, ensuring that support is aligned with their specific needs and readiness levels. We do recognize that feelings on PBIS vary across our schools. Some campuses have embraced the framework and have seen meaningful results, while others may feel less connected to it. Like any initiative, PBIS requires ongoing support and at times a renewed sense of energy and purpose. Under some targeted engagement programs, these initiatives are implemented for specific student groups, addressing emergent needs and providing deeper support. One example of that is our Connections Mentor program for our secondary students. The mission of this program is to foster meaningful relationships between school staff and our foster and homeless youth, with the goal of increasing student engagement and connection to our schools. Each student is paired with a staff member who provides support and encouragement. Through this mentorship, students gain greater access to opportunities on campus academically, socially, and emotionally. The goal is to strengthen outcomes by building trust, promoting belonging, and ensuring every student feels seen and supported. Another example is our Orange County Gang Reduction Intervention Partnership, also known as OC GRIP. This is a multi-agency initiative led by the OC District Attorney's Office in partnership with local law enforcement, schools, community organizations, and volunteers. While the name may suggest a focus solely on gang prevention, OC GRIP offers much more than just that. Its true strength lies in the comprehensive support it provides to students and families facing a wide range of challenges. The goal of the program is the impact it delivers, such as helping address root causes of poor attendance, academic struggles, or behavioral challenges. Access to family supports, including holiday gifts, barbecues, and turkey giveaways. Offering after-school summer programs and mentorship opportunities such as soccer camps and enrichment activities. Participating schools include Handy, Yorba, Portola, Santiago, Taft, California, Jordan, Esplanade, Cambridge, Sycamore, Lamson, and Fairhaven. Now, Dr. Singh will go ahead and talk about our intensive support programs under FIA.
Okay, so for our Tier 3 supports, which represent the most intensive interventions we provide for students with the highest need, These include registered behavior technicians. These are the RBTs listed on your screen. And these are highly trained staff with behavioral responses that are in support of students with those behavioral needs. We also are in partnership with the California Department of Education, the Diagnostic Center of Southern California, that provides best practices for ongoing support in the most intensive programs, our Aspire Academies. Additionally, we have the functional behavior interventions and highly specialized wraparound services that bring the school, the home, and the community together in servicing students' needs. Now, we've got the 3 bubbles on the screen, but behind every bubble is a story of a unique child, irrespective of their designations. And our charge, as we understand and we hear from the community, is to make certain each one of our students is seen and supported daily. Let's go to the next one.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. LCAP goal number 3 focuses on strengthening the conditions and climate across the district. At Orange Unified, we are committed to maintaining environments that support effective teaching and learning while also fostering a welcoming atmosphere for our students, families, and community. This goal reflects our belief that when students feel safe, supported, and connected, they are better positioned to thrive academically and socially. We will now look at data under conditions and climate. This slide outlines the metrics we will use to help us look at the current state of conditions and climate. We will look at both the California dashboard metrics, which include suspension rates, and our own internal metrics, which give us a deeper real-time view. 2025 OUSD Climate Survey, and least restricted environment rate for inclusive education. As shown in the graph, our overall suspension rate for the 23-24 school year was 1.5% per the California dashboard, which was lower than the state average of 3.2. When compared to neighboring districts, we were lower than Garden Grove, Newport Mesa, Santa Ana, slightly lower than Tustin, and higher than Placentia Yorba Linda. This data highlights the impact of our district's proactive and restorative approach to student behavior. We prioritize addressing the root causes of behavior, keeping students engaged in learning, and implementing other means of correction as outlined in California Ed Code, when appropriate. This slide provides a deeper look into our district suspension rates, both for the 23-24 school year and the 3-year trend across student groups per the California dashboard. District-wide, our suspension rate was 1.5%, reflecting a 0.8% decrease over the past 3 years. Students with exceptional needs saw a 1.2 reduction, now at 3%. English learners improved by 1.3%, with a current rate of 2%. Our homeless student population improved by 2.4%, with the current state of 3.1%. Socioeconomic disadvantaged students showed the most significant improvement, with a 2.4% decrease. The data also highlights a concern: a 1.8% increase in suspension rates among our foster youth students between the 21-22 and 23-24 school years. At the end of the 22-23 school year, the suspension rate for foster youth students was at 15.8%. Through targeted support and intervention, we saw a significant improvement, dropping that rate by 6.1% to 9.7% by the end of the 23-24 school year, which is reflected on this slide. Early projections for the 24-25 school year indicate an additional 1% overall improvement. As we did last year, our team continues to closely monitor our foster youth students and provide more personalized interventions. And I do want to correct myself that 1% improvement is for foster youth, not overall. This slide shows a 4-year comparison of suspension data in our district, along the use of Parks, our very own alternative to suspension, which is the Parkside Alternative Success School, also known as PASS, and other means of correction, OMOC. In 21-22 and 22-23, total suspensions were high, 809 and 825 respectively. However, beginning in 23-24, we saw a shift. Total suspensions dropped to 488. Pass supported 34 students. This is because we did a pilot only during the fourth quarter. And OMOC was used in 411 cases. In 24-25, the trend continued. Total suspensions decreased further to 333 overall across the district. Pass supported 104 students, and OMOC was used in 337 cases. In case you're wondering, other means of correction, as defined by California Ed Code, refers to non-punitive restorative practices used in place of suspension when appropriate. These approaches are aimed at addressing the root cause of behavior while keeping students engaged in their learning environment. Our Parkside Alternative Success School is our district's alternative to suspension program, which is housed at Parkside. Rather than removing our students from the school environment for a suspension, PASS provides a structured and supportive setting where students can do the following. They're given academic support and opportunities to reflect, rebuild, and re-engage through restorative practices, which are led by a school counselor. In 24-25, the program recovered 286 suspension days, with 116 students completing the program successfully, representing a 78% completion rate. And in case you're wondering, we had 7 kids repeat the PASS program. That was for the whole year. This slide represents key findings from the 2025 Student Climate Survey, offering insights into how students perceive their school environment in terms of safety, relationships, and emotional well-being. 86% of our students reported they are not afraid of being beaten up at school, and 78% expressed a positive sense of physical safety. These results reflect the impact of our district's efforts to create safe and secure campuses. 73% of our students shared that at least one adult believes in their potential, and 77% said there are students who are kind to them. These indicators show that students are experiencing meaningful connections with both staff and peers, which are both critical components of welcoming school climates. However, 42% of our students reported that teasing and insults are common, and 69% said they are worried about things, with 65% having felt nervous or stressed. These responses highlight the need for a continued focus on emotional wellness, peer relationships, and mental health supports. 62% of our kids said they are happy to be at school, which reinforces the importance of our ongoing work and engagement. These findings do affirm the progress we have made in promoting students' physical safety. However, at the same time, these findings also suggest that additional targeted support may be needed to strengthen social and emotional safety, ensuring all students feel secure, connected, supported in their learning environments.
Okay, the slide before you presents our inclusive education data, least restrictive environment, which is also known as LRE, a federal and state monitoring metric, and is reflective also of the range of programs and services that are offered within our district. Currently, 63.4% of our students with exceptional needs spend more than 80% or more of their day with their general education peers. There's a place for every student on that circular continuum of belonging, and this is a visual also reminding us of the diversity that exists in learning pathways. Go to the next. Thank you. You'll see on this chart that Orange Unified is leading the pack in comparison with our comparable neighboring districts and statewide figures. Our commitment is strong to equity, a culture of innovation, and carrying on the work of system improvement, which has made us a leader in this area. Quick anecdote, I'm going to take a little bit of a squirrel moment here. Day 1 of school this year, 25-26, I'm walking Handy Elementary site. And there is our very own Miss B, back in there. And she has, and I recognize, a group of students newly identified in special education. And she doesn't know I'm there, and she's asking them, can I get you some food? Can I get you some food from my classroom? I have a lot of food. I want you to be eaten and ready for class. And she had this passion with her interaction with our students, our collective students. So kudos to you for promoting this sense of belonging and ownership at our school sites. That is what makes us unique. Something that's nurtured by our staff, so thank you for that. If you could go to the... Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. We will now look at programs under conditions and climate. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, what you see on this slide represents just a snapshot of our programs. We will only highlight just a few of our key programs. Under All Universal, these resources are accessible to all our students. Much of the recent work around bullying prevention has focused on updating the district webpage, which now includes comprehensive information and resources for our students, families, and staff. This centralized hub is designed to increase awareness, promote reporting, and provide access to support services. Later in the presentation, I will share our next steps. Under Some Targeted, these resources are implemented for specific student groups, addressing emergent needs and providing deeper support. Checks and Connects is a school-based intervention designed to strengthen student engagement. The program pairs students with a staff member. The check component involves regular monitoring student performance, indicators such as attendance, behavior, and academic progress. The Connect component focuses on providing support, building relationships, and linking students to resources that address barriers to engagement. Under FEU, these programs are deployed based on specific student needs. This school year, we will offer RAP services as a Tier 3 intervention. This is an individualized, team-based intervention designed to support our kids and families with high emotional and behavioral needs. This approach brings together mental health professionals to develop a comprehensive support plan to address the challenges both at home and at school. Our district counselor on special assignments will work directly with school sites to determine whether a referral to RAP services is appropriate, particularly after Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions have been fully utilized. We are actively exploring ways to grow our on-site support to allow us to expand mental health services directly at the school site.
So we'll go through this. This is a long presentation, my apologies, but we'll go through this expeditiously as possible. We noted the glows and grows in the presentation, and our grows are going to drive the growth moving forward, and they will be charting our path. In the next few slides, so at least on this slide, so we'll go right into it. So engagement, so future focus is engagement, which remains a central focus of our work, both in the behavioral and the academic domains. On the dais in front of you, you have a sampling of a mini version of the newly launched Behavior Builder kits designed with tools for self-regulation for our elementary kiddos. A lot of thought went into designing these buckets. The tools are specialized for regulation, which were provided. The bigger version, like the really big tub versions, were provided to all our elementary sites. And this support is being monitored by our school psychologists who are providing ongoing training and support to ensure that there's effective implementation. So moving on, we have the builder buckets, right? But we're also complementing those with our newly launched year-long behavior training series for staff for the 25-26 school year. In addition to that, A new model of daily BSA support, which is a behavior support assistance support, has been implemented across all elementary campuses, providing in-the-moment coaching and behavioral assistance. So the goal is the systems-based approach should eventually strengthen a proactive approach and practice district-wide as we meet the daily needs of our elementary kiddos. Now, principals have expressed that they strongly appreciate the support. One of them emailed and said, "This is a gift for my campus. I love it." Another one said that he loves the fact that this support is being provided because as students are getting acclimated at the beginning of the school year to new classrooms, new staff, new transitions, it has really come in helpful. So, which is good to know. Finally, we've designed a new addition to our popular boot camp series for 9th through 12th grade students called the Pathways to Achievement boot camps, offering structured opportunities for our students to complete the required coursework and graduate prepared, ready for college and career. So as noted in the previous slide, our engagement work extends beyond strengthening behavioral systems to also include academic and achievement. So our academic achievement frameworks are being further enhanced through that intentional early co-planning with students and their families for college, career, and vocational pathways now beginning in 8th grade, which is earlier than we were doing previously, and which should hopefully serve as a roadmap for their future pathway. We're hopeful that this early collaboration with the students and the families will strengthen that engagement piece and school connectedness. To further engage our students in math instruction, math emerged as an area of intensive need for us, and we proactively developed and adopted for this year a Touch Math roadmap to advance students' mathematical literacy and learner connection. Touch Math was also guided by our teachers' input. They were asking for multisensory resources in math, so this was a great resource and implementation pathway for them. In addition, our Student Achievement Action Plan, SAP, which as you would recall is our innovative, individualized support pathway to develop students' highest potential in academic growth and success, has been very strategically refined for the 25-26 school year with educator feedback. Our educators provided us feedback. This refinement includes the development of instructional guides for staff that directly align target standards with curriculum and assessments, offering our staff a clear and accessible framework to drive student achievement. So while engagement remains central to our work, it's equally important to highlight the conditions and climate that shape the overall learning environment. This year, our key enhancements include broadening the scope and reach of our UCLA Peers Social Skills Program. So we've recently trained 14 school psychologists and speech and language pathologists who will be piloting these structured social skills programs and groups at the elementary, middle, and high school campuses. Just a quick pointer on this, the UCLA Peers is a premier program in our field with global recognition. Additionally, we've added a BCBA, board-certified behavior analyst, on our team to support district-wide guidance for all schools and behavioral interventions and supports to promote that supportive climate. We have also implemented a secondary instructional design work group with our secondary teachers and assistant principals to reimagine how students receive academic support. Experts from each secondary site are co-developing and co-creating innovative approaches to instructional design delivery. We're excited, very, very excited to announce the debut of a brand new supportive consultation opportunity for all Orange Unified parents and guardians. So through this initiative, parents are able to make an appointment for a confidential consultation with an Orange Unified School psychologist. It is our goal that through this initiative, our families will develop greater school connectedness and be able to access community linkages as well. I'm going to make a plug here for any parents in the room and any parents watching online. If you're a parent joining us tonight and have questions about your child's development, social skills, independence, or just ways to support their learning at home, we encourage you, we warmly invite you to schedule your confidential appointment. We stand ready in partnership with you to foster the success of our students. Supporting our school teams, we'll go to the next one. We also have parent workshops listed that are ongoing throughout the year on that slide, and they're accessible to all district families, not those that have students with exceptional needs. This is opportunities available to all. Additionally, supporting our school sites is what's reflected on the team, and where our teams are able to train and collaborate with the site leaders to deliver training tailored to their sites. There's a whole menu of options available, and ongoing monthly crisis prevention intervention trainings are being made available to both certificated and classified staff to prevent and manage challenging behaviors. Next slide. Last year, we introduced a new onboarding program for instructional assistants where no new staff was deployed to a school site without receiving centralized behavior training. Now that continues, and we are enhancing that onboarding with expanded behavior training for our staff. Furthermore, we train our elementary and secondary instructional assistants monthly on a wide array of topics, including behavior. We've intentionally, if you can see, expanded our trainings for the 25-26 year to support a climate where our staff feel prepared to positively shape that student learning and growth every day.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. In order to truly support our families, it takes a team effort. And this slide highlights the great work being done by our elementary counselors and community leads. Our elementary counselors are launching a new parent workshop series titled Mental Health Matters. These sessions are designed to empower our families with tools and strategies to support their children's emotional well-being. Topics, months, and times have been set, and we are currently finalizing the specific dates. Spanish interpretation will also be provided. In addition to this, our community leads are creating meaningful opportunities for parents to engage. Events such as Coffee with the Counselor or Café con la Consejera, family picnics, DLAC meetings at the district office are just a few examples of how we are building bridges between our schools and our families. Looking ahead, we are excited to expand these efforts. Our teams will continue working with each other and with community partners to bring even more opportunities to enhance our support systems and create safe, welcoming, and inclusive learning environments for our kids and families. As we close, the next slides outline future focus. Over the past 2 years, 22 out of our 27 elementary schools have participated in PVIS training, with each training tailored to meet the unique needs of the site. This school year, 16 elementary sites will participate in PVIS training, and we still have 5 elementary schools who have not participated in PVIS training, but will be scheduled to participate in the future. A special recognition goes to Panorama Elementary and their former principal, Aaron Roselli, who earned the Gold California PVIS Implementation Award, a significant achievement following its silver recognition in 23-24. So this year, for the 24-25 school year, they did receive the Gold Implementation Award. I did tell Aaron, who is now the principal at Cambridge, that we will expect the same from her at Cambridge. No pressure, Aaron. Our greatest area of growth lies in our ability to monitor fidelity and at existing sites and re-energize campuses where full buy-in may still be developing. With support from OCDE, we will assess PBIS implementation and fidelity across all participating schools. Our district's attendance efforts have seen tremendous growth, as you saw in the data. Through strong collaboration with site leaders and support staff, we have built momentum and buy-in across our schools. And while we have made great strides, we also recognize that there's always room for improvement. As we move forward this school year, our team will focus on strengthening START processes to ensure consistency and effectiveness, and also continue building site-level capacity to use data more intentionally in identifying and supporting our students with attendance challenges. One of the most impactful strategies have been our wellness home visits. This year, we aim to expand and deepen this practice to reach even more of our families. We're also going to improve our post-SARB tracking and celebrate student progress through recognition programs like the Orange Crush program. Each of you received an Orange Crush program t-shirt as a small token of our appreciation, and it's also the same shirt that our students will be receiving when they're a recipient for the program, along with a plaque that will be made by El Medina's Digital Marketing Collaborative using their Spider Lab. Orange Crush program is designed to honor students who have made significant improvements in academics, attendance, and behavior, who have overcome real challenges with the support of our office. Our office secured grant funding from the Kiwanis Club of Orange and the Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation to support our awards and celebrations for our students. This summer, we offered Tier 1 CPI training to all elementary schools, focusing on the fundamentals of de-escalation and proactive strategies to support student behavior. The training was well received. Based on survey feedback, we will expand Tier 1 CPI training to all elementary schools that express interest with a possible training session on the November 4th PD Day. In addition, we are currently evaluating opportunities to introduce the same training to our secondary schools. This school year, we are committed to strengthening bullying prevention efforts across the district through a multi-layered approach. This school year, we are actively exploring the implementation of the Eliminate Bullying through Restorative Practices program at the elementary level. This initiative focuses on proactive strategies that build empathy and positive peer relationships. Our goal is to develop a thoughtful framework and implementation framework that equips our counselors from elementary schools with enhanced tools to lead bullying prevention efforts. In addition to the resources available on the district website, this program will allow counselors to deliver structured lessons that align with restorative practices. We have been working hard to advance the development of wellness spaces in collaboration with maintenance and operations and risk management. Currently, Handy, Portola, Villa Park, and Cerro Villa have wellness spaces through community partnerships. Additionally, several of our other sites have implemented elements of wellness spaces, reflecting growing interest across our district. To support consistent and sustainable implementation, our team has drafted a wellness space guide that outlines best practices, design principles, and implementation strategies. This guide is in the final stages of being finalized. We will also focus on strengthening partnerships to expand our wellness space at more school sites. Following this presentation, the board will receive an updated set of board policies for first reading policies that reflect and reinforce our district's commitment to safe and welcoming schools. And I would like to end with this message. We cannot do this work unless we remember this. Every student has a story. Every family has a story. And it is our responsibility, not just our job, to take the time to see the person before the paperwork, to listen before we act, and to respond with understanding before we respond with systems. Whether you're in leadership, a teacher, or a staff member, we are part of something bigger. And that something is student-centered, community-rooted, and deeply human. In every conversation, in every case, in every interaction, seek to understand the story before responding to the situation. If we do that, we won't just move numbers, we'll move hearts. We'll strengthen trust, we'll create an impact that lives beyond our job descriptions. Let's strengthen our commitment to knowing and uplifting the stories of every single student, every family in our community. I would like to thank Mr. Ernie Gonzalez and our team, Christine Nelson, Mark McLaughlin, Greg Smith, Oscar, Reese, everyone in our SES team, our community leads, our elementary counselors, our nurses, and everyone else who is part of this journey. None of this would be possible without them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Singh, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Angel. That was an incredibly thorough presentation. So important. All of these things are so important. Let's see, who would like to start? Yes, thank you. We are at 10 o'clock, and so I would propose that we extend the meeting to, just to be on the safe side, 10:45. Hopefully we won't need that, but is everybody okay with that? Okay, seeing no objections. Okay. Trustee Pelley, did you want to start off?
No, we're going long already, so I'll try to be quick. Thank you. That was really, really comprehensive and just shows all of the wraparound programs and things that we have for our students. It was also really timely because this is National Suicide Prevention Month, which is why I'm wearing my suicide prevention t-shirt. And yeah, there's just so much, but I just wanted to thank you, first of all, Mr. Angel, for discussing, kind of pointing out the foster youth and why some of those numbers are different, and that you guys really are focusing, because that obviously is one of the first things that comes up. This SART and the home visits, that's amazing. You guys have increased that by so much, and those I know are tedious and they take a lot of time on the school sites part, but also for your department, and then the home visits. But it's truly making a difference. It made a difference, I think, with our chronic absenteeism and a lot of these other things we're seeing. So thank you for that. I think that, looking at the absenteeism rates for the middle schools was a huge, that was, you said yourself, it really needs a lot of attention, but we made a lot of progress there. I feel like, being the primary person I am and the elementary person, once we really can focus on those but keep up with the elementary schools, we're going to see that go down, because we're going to start those good habits in elementary. And I know a lot of the chronic absenteeism has to do with parents too, because the kids aren't the ones getting themselves to school. But I just wanted to point that out. That early intervention is still really, really important. And I know we won't stop focusing on elementary, but we got to keep that up, and then we'll keep seeing better numbers in middle school and high school.
I do want to add, I know Mark is here. He's been the one really leading the charge for our entire district. A lot of this is due because of his leadership and hard work as well. And it's been a tremendous team effort. One of the things that we have discussed with our team is that we do want to develop those good habits at an early age. Mm-hmm. That's why it's so key for us to provide our families at the elementary level with that education. So we do go to the sites. We do meet with our principals. We look over data. Who is at risk. And we target those families. We go, if they don't come to school, we go to their house. So we find a way to connect and re-engage our students and our families. Whatever it takes, we're going to do it.
And thank you for that. That is something that's changed over the years, and that is makes a huge difference, and we're going to keep seeing that difference, I think. And then just on the suspensions, Reese, I know a lot of people say that, is it good that we're not suspending kids? Research does show suspensions are not, they don't work. they get kids out of school. There's a social stigma. They're largely ineffective. I know there are things legally. We do suspend kids if they're going to be a safety, risk. And it's the worst for our marginalized communities. So I'm really glad to see that we're doing some of those other things. I know in the past I asked if in the future sometime we can have a report on the restorative practices, and we don't need that yet. But I think this is just lays some good groundwork for that, because there are some negative stigma people have with the restorative justice or restorative practices, and they're good. And I think we're seeing that doing some of these other things rather than suspending is helping. And then I love the parent consultation with the psychologist. I'm just wondering, are these just our school psychs doing them? Are we adding to their workload? I know how busy they are. It's wonderful, but I just hope that, I wonder how that works.
So there's been a redistribution of responsibilities. And so, yes, these are our school psychologists who are going to be picking it up, but there's also, it's factored in their responsibilities overall. So, and that being said, if there's a ballooning of need, then we're always willing and able to expand the resources.
Okay, because it could be, some school sites will have more referrals maybe or requests than others. So we don't want to have one school psych who's more inundated than another. And yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was taken into account.
Yes, we're fully prepared. Should there be an expanded need, that we will allocate the necessary resources.
Okay. That's great. They're very busy, but I love the fact that we have this service. And then finally, the behavior training series. Who will be the monthly? Who's doing the training?
Sure. So those are, we have a neuropsychologist on our team, and we have a BCBA. So our trainings are going to be a lot. We've added expertise onto the team, which is great. Opportunity for expanded, because behavior emerged, as you saw on the data snapshot, was a very significant and glaring need. So, action is necessary to respond, which is why our psychs who are heavily trained in behavior will be providing the training.
And is that mandatory, or who gets the training?
It's voluntary with extra earnings.
Great. And finally, sorry, my last one, the mental health parent workshops. I was looking at one of the flyers, and there was one, it just said September, but it didn't have a date. I think they're on, there's a Google Meet link.
There is a link.
There's one on suicide. Do we know when the dates are for
on
that?
The suicide?
Yeah, it just said September.
Those are.
Sorry, in case you knew.
Yeah, so that's a new series that we're offering. We do have the months, we have the topics, but we're finalizing the days. Once we have that, we will share that with our families, and they'll be offered in English and Spanish.
And are those flyers, are those online somewhere where we can get those? Okay.
So I know they are posted online under our parent resources as well. And there's an option for, last year we got a lot of input that some families wanted, the hybrid option, to be able to either come in person with live translation and or have that option virtually. So that is being provided, both options simultaneously.
That's wonderful. Thank you all so much for what you're doing. This is really great.
I have some follow-up questions based on what Trustee Pelley was sharing. First one being with the wellness home visit. I know there's a big push in early ed to do home visiting, and the state has allocated additional funds. But in terms of K-12, what does that look like? So let's say you're interacting with a student, or your student hasn't been in the classroom for a while and you want to refer the family to do a wellness home visit. So do they reach out to their administrator? Do they reach out directly to you?
Yes, so we do have a referral process that is shared with all school sites. So it's the school sites who are submitting those referrals for us to conduct those wellness home visits. In that form that we gather from the school sites, we are looking to see if they've offered any Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions, because a home visit is a Tier 3. We want to see that they've done their due diligence in offering support and services at the site level before we intervene. There have been situations in which, they submit a referral, right? And it's case by case, but what the site has not done much, that's where we intervene, we step in and provide that support to provide that tier 1, tier 2 before we do a home visit. But there's been situations, right, where we do, fear for the safety of the students, in which we do conduct an immediate home wellness check at the site. These home visits are conducted by our team. We also do invite and encourage members of the school site, and we also have our counselor and special assignment who also, can provide that direct support on the spot. There's been situations in which, they need more than what we can offer, and that's when we do referrals to other agencies that we work with.
So if a student's tier 3, but then transitioning back to settling in at their home site, is there collaboration with the wellness center where like maybe they do a check-in with their wellness center or a counselor? What happens after the home visit?
So anytime a kid is not engaged, and what I mean by that is, let's say they've been suspended or they're not going to school, there's always what we call an intake meeting. So that's a requirement. Anytime a kid is re-engaged with the school site, there's a mandatory intake meeting that's held at the school site in which an administrator is present, at times the school psych, the counselor, the parent, our team, as well as a student.
Okay. And then slide 24 was pretty alarming with just some of the data. There's 27% of our students, so more than a fourth, that don't have an adult who they believe thinks they could be successful.
Oh, is that the climate?
Yep. And additionally, it's 23% of students who don't think other students are kind to them. So I know that it's written in a way where it's a success because it's probably improved, but that's still a lot of students that need additional supports. So that's alarming, and I would love to hear more about like what changes are happening to reach those students, and I'm not even sure if they're even identified since potentially the climate survey is anonymous.
And it's also, keep in mind, it's only for 5th, 8th, and 12th grade.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not all our kids.
So because they can't be identified, essentially it's something that the entire school site has to potentially change, of making those additional changes of reaching out to students. So like the Start With Hello campaign of like identifying those students that are typically isolated of how they could be included. Yep. And then on slide 33, with the meeting with the school psychologist, I think it's a brilliant plan, especially because maybe a parent just has that one question, like not enough to potentially do like a pediatrician appointment or, qualify for an IEP or anything like that. The question I had though are, what are the times availability? So
Sure.
the typical workday is like a regular school day. So are there evening times available?
So I believe there are, and they're scheduled in 25-minute increments. So that's a start. Once again, it's a novel methodology that we're kind of exploring and making available to our families. And there's a place where families can provide feedback. Should we receive feedback for additional times, we're definitely going to make that available, because we will then offer extra earnings to our team to go ahead and make themselves available. It's once again voluntary, but I'm sure we will work it out.
Okay. Potentially the family hasn't filled out that form and doesn't know that there's feedback to write that those times don't work for their family schedule. If they were to give that feedback to a principal and they give that to you, would the changes
That would
potentially
be beautiful, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the last question I have is with the parent education that's available. And I love that you really highlighted that there's interpretation for a lot of these PDs for parents. But aligning with the sense of belonging mission that you all shared in the very beginning of the presentation, would it be possible to host some of those meetings for parents in Spanish with English interpretation instead, so that they feel a bit more comfortable being hearing the information firsthand in Spanish and then having that adjustment to be able to discuss a bit more.
Great suggestion. Absolutely. It's definitely possible. And we'll make sure that at least a few, if not all, as we're tracking this path, are made available.
Okay. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for all your hard work on this. I'm really excited. I just want to let you know that when we do school site visits, I love seeing the signs and the banners and the t-shirts that encourage positivity, kindness, wellness, everything. And this is a big difference than, say, 8 years ago when I first joined the board. It's a significant change. I'm really excited about the new initiatives that are coming up. The psychologists, the workshops, my trustees, colleagues already mentioned it. But bottom line is I love that we're focusing on the community and supporting the students in a broader sense. So that is great. My question is, how is this information going to be disseminated? Because if it gets out one time, people forget. I think it's something that we have to continually remind people so they, they're not going to make the time to go look for it, or they don't know where to look for it. So I think it's really important that this information gets out to the parents regularly.
I think that's a great point. Thank you for that. I'll share some methods in which we're doing the outreach for our families. It is posted on our parent page on the website. Additionally, it has been sent to all school sites. The information, the flyer, has been sent to all school sites to post in their parent center, their front offices, so that it has easy access and visibility. Additionally,
most parents don't even walk into the school.
Yeah, well, there's multiple ways, right? So Dr. Monares, I never had a social media presence ever, but she encouraged us to get onto social media. So we've started a special education Instagram page.
I did see that.
So we're posting over there, and these are opportunities available for all district families. Additionally, we send out reminders as the trainings are coming up to our school sites, and we will be doing it via School Messenger and Parent Square.
Oh, that would be great, Parent Square. I know Trustee Page already addressed some of the process of the SART review, and so thank you for that. It seems that, well, my question originally was, when will it get triggered? And apparently it's the school site that will let you know. But what happens if there is, maybe the school site didn't catch something? Like, is there a mechanism that it will be seen at the district level? Like, say if somebody is absent for 10 days and the site wasn't even, like, it's not on top of their minds, like, does that information go to the district, or is it only on a referral basis?
Are we talking about attendance or home visits?
Well, attendance.
Attendance. So
Yeah.
I could tell you this much. The school sites have tools to monitor the attendance.
Okay.
We monitor the attendance as well for all school sites on a regular basis. We're constantly, actually Mark is the one who's sending reports out to the school sites. We've also built capacity. At the secondary level, we have what's called an attendance interventionist at the middle school and high school level, in which they are responsible solely for monitoring attendance at the school sites. We meet with them frequently. We hold regular meetings. We're constantly looking at data. So if they miss something, which they're pretty good, they won't miss it, we will call them out on them.
All right, so the school site sort of like has a baseline where they should be at, and if they discover they're not there, then you kind of look individually at the records?
We have spreadsheets for each school site in which we monitor students individually, and we also have what's called the ART tool, which is also a tool that we use as a district, and we're always looking at attendance data there. So our team has gotten pretty good in terms of not trying to miss kids. I mean, we do, hit or miss a few kids here and there, but for the most part, as you can see with our rates, our rates have gotten much better, and it's because of that due diligence and follow-up. You know, whether it's a phone call, whether it's a SART meeting, whether it's a SAR meeting, we also have DA meetings in which we have the DA's office come to our district, and we do have that parent education. The thing with attendance is that we have really changed our approach, where historically it's always been punitive.
Right.
Why aren't you coming to school? You're going to get a fine. You're going to go to jail. Where that approach has changed. Now it's about, we want to know your story. Why isn't your child not coming to school? What can we do to support you? And there's always a reason behind everything. Why a kid gets suspended, there's always a story behind it. Missing school, there's always a story behind it. And it's our job to make sure we know that story.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. First of all, I want to say that I appreciate how innovative we are being. I really appreciate trying new things and, you know, new avenues. I read about these kits in our Friday letter, and I'm so excited to see one here and get to check out what's in them. So thanks for doing that, and I'm glad to hear that you've received some positive feedback. I, like Trustee Page, found slide 24 very alarming. And one thing I recall reading this survey at some point, but can you remind us, are these like binary questions? Either you feel that people are kind or they're not, or is it like these kids feel happy? Does that include happy and very happy, a little happy? Like, you know, I think maybe not at this time, but I would like to see, you know, some kind of more information on what exactly.
Types of questions?
Yeah. What is being included. I also don't have a sense of the norm. You know, maybe it is normal for like 80% of kids to be, you know, feel nervous about something because they, you know. So for me, it's alarming, but also maybe there are certain norms, you know, that would be instructive to help like understand what's going on there.
We could absolutely share those questions. I believe there was a presentation in January, February of this year. And I think that they did a pretty good overview of the types of questions. We can share that if you would like.
Yeah, that would be great. And then so my mom was a school psychologist, and I very much understand the need for those services. And what I was wondering is if we could be sent like a PDF of this little flyer. And I mean, I think if I just like had it on hand to email to people that had concerns, you know, that would be really helpful.
We would be happy to get that out to
you know, like my inclination is just like, let's just put a bunch of these in the office and, you know, physically speaking.
Yes.
I think that would be really helpful. Also, I want to say that I appreciate you explaining the touch math, because I was on the receiving end of the touch math, and I was touching it, and I wasn't sure why, and so I'm really glad to know that, you know, what was behind that, and that it was a part of our ongoing efforts to have multi-sensor math. So
Thank you for that. Touch math has definitely evolved, and so it is really developed to address the needs of diverse learners and all learners for that matter. So thanks for that.
To reiterate, thank you for the presentation. Very thorough, very important. I've changed this comment a couple of times in my head because of the most recent SCOTUS ruling. And so I am concerned. Men showing up at homes in this day and age may be a little bit difficult to relationship build. And I think that used to be the purpose of the home visit. I agree with you, it was punitive. But I think when I started teaching and AP asked me, why don't you go to the home, I'll go with you, it was more relationship building. It was to engage your parent and say, look, I care and I want to see your kid at school. And knocking on that door on the 11th of September may be a lot different than it would have been a year ago, right? So I'm very concerned about that. And I know it's well-intentioned. But I also feel like, to your point, there's a story. There's a story behind everything. And there's stories behind each of the numbers and all the percentages. And I think that right now, we have to be very sensitive to that fact, you know, several days after this ruling and beyond. Because I don't foresee things changing that dramatically where we can just walk up to the house, knock on the door of the home, of the apartment, or what have you, and have a welcome person behind that door at this particular date and age. So, and I would go so far as to say it may be disproportionate the way that we actually go to these homes, you know? And so, not intentionally, but just the way because what we're talking about, what I think I heard you say was the recommendation comes from the school. So it may not be data-driven. And if it's not data-driven, now all of a sudden I'm going to Juan's house and Jamal's house and not Johnny's house, right? So all of a sudden there's a new problem, and now we're not making friends. You know, we represent the establishment. So I'm concerned about that. I want it to be delivered in a way that's going to be well received. And I know that sometimes, you know, no good deed goes unpunished. So we have to be very careful with this particular intervention. Thank you.
It's interesting that you say that because I actually had the opposite reaction. When you said, I originally thought you were going to say you brought with you law enforcement or something like that, and I was going to kind of cringe at that, thinking exactly along those same lines. And then you said, no, you weren't, that you're bringing, you know, psychologists and things like that. And I think that that actually does help that relationship building so that it isn't that man with the uniform showing up type of thing, which I think is really important in this day and age to build that relationship. But I think that being mindful exactly of what you were saying, because that does, it is up on the antenna for sure. And I think that that is something to be really aware of, mindful of, and hopefully actually take advantage of that situation to be able to build those relationships in a way that is showing, you know, kindness, compassion, concern for this individual and their story. So thank you for bringing that up.
I think it's definitely an part of that conversation. It needs to be considered and needs to be considered well. And
Right.
when the site makes that recommendation, it is not just a blind recommendation on that, as Mr. Angel said. It's a conversation with the school site in regards to what has happened up till then and what is going on with the student. And it is about how that family is approached and who is doing what and who is approaching the family. And it is a bigger picture, and given the environment that we're in and how the family is approached, and we do know that families have some issues with transportation, and they have some issues with communication and phone and cell, and so yes, and families are heightened, and there's fears and there's issues, and so yes, all of the things need to be considered, and all points are well taken.
So two things. I just want to say, I want to commend your department for your actions in, I think it was last week, there was an apartment fire that impacted some of our students, and you were right away out there, identified a number of students that were impacted, and were able to get resources from our community resource partners, I think the Friendly Center, maybe El Medina Family Resource Center, I can't remember, some wraparound services, and you really were able to make an impact in real time for families that actually had suffered something, you know, a real trauma in their life, and that impacts whether or not a student shows up for school, whether or not that student shows up for school ready to learn. And so I want to just commend you. Thank you for sharing that story with us so that we can see how this works in real time in helping shape our students' academic and educational experience. And the other thing too is, just so the public understands, I suppose, that we have done a restructuring so that the Student and Community Services has been restructured, so there's really this wonderful partnership between educational services and having these wonderful, rigorous educational programs side by side with the Student and Community Services. It's not, you know, one isn't under the other. It's side by side because you need both. You need the support and the wonderful programs, but the support to be able to access those programs. And as you said, students on any given day might need small amounts of support. Other students may need tremendous amounts of support over a sustained period of time. And I think that you being able to really identify those needs and respond to those needs is helpful to the student, it's helpful to the teachers in the classroom, it's helpful to the parents, it's helpful to the community, and it's just for long-term a wonderful solution and a great way for public education to go. So I just want to thank you for your presentation, and I think that's it. I don't think we have any other questions, but thank you so much for your time and efforts. Okay, last item. Oh, proposed revisions to, sorry, to board policies and bylaws. This is our first reading. Dr. Menares.
Thank you. So the district's board policies and bylaws are periodically. State and federal laws and regulations are proposed revisions for the following board policies.
I don't think it's not working.
There we go. Now I'm on. Take two. The district's board policies and bylaws are reviewed and updated periodically as new state and federal laws and regulations are enacted. The proposed revisions for the following board policies are presented for a first reading and ask if there are any concerns or discussions from any of our board members tonight.
I'm sure everybody's had an opportunity to review them. Does anybody have anything that is sticking out at this moment? I'm sure we can also have an opportunity to speak to the superintendent in between if there's concerns. Anything that anybody wants to address right now? Okay. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Page.
I just had a couple questions about the positive school climate. The bold area is what's the addition, right? And there's a statement that says all students equal access and opportunities to district's academic, extracurricular, and other educational support programs, services, and activities, which sounds great, and it's a part of our mission, but how does that relate to our CTE programs? Because our CTE programs are very different at all of our 4 high schools. So, for example, if we have a student who goes to one feeder pattern but is interested in a different CTE program or other programs that we have. So for example, if we're looking at elementary school, if there's like a specialized program that they want to do, like a language immersion program, the family has to opt out from all the additional services that they would get in order to open enroll to attend the school that they want to. So then by doing that, essentially our students their families have to have some sense of privilege to get to that school site. So they're relinquishing transportation and potentially other services. So I just want to know what, like we're adding this in here, which is something we want to do, but how is that going to be interpreted in our practice?
And Trustee Page, you're referring to paragraph 5 in Board Policy 5137A?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this is a cross-reference to language that's already in Board Policy 5145.3. If it's okay with the board and superintendent, I'll review that policy that already exists within 5145.3, which is the model policy that's already in existence with the CSBA policy, and read the background in it, and then I can provide some information to the board through Friday update, if that's okay.
I don't want to change the policy. I think we're all in agreement.
Maybe
that
I could just give some context to it.
But as Orange Unified, what are we doing to
Because
really
we have these
implement
programs
this?
that are unique in that way.
Right.
Yeah.
And anyone can add anything if you want to. The only word I wanted to change on Board Policy 5145.13A was at the very bottom where it says designee may, and change that to designee shall.
May to shall?
Yes.
Because we would need to do that on both.
Right.
Okay. So I'll review that with the superintendent.
Thank you.
If I could, Trustee Page, what we can also do in reference to your first question on the positive school climate is we can also do a cross-reference with the administrative regulations, because I think that's really what you're getting to, is how we're going to implement this, given that we're an open choice district, and yet we don't provide transportation to all of them. So how do we actualize this belief right here? So let us take a look at the administrative regulations as we come back for the second read. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Menars. Anything else? Okay, I believe we had one public comment regarding a consent item.
Would you like to hear them first?
Would I like to? Yes.
Okay. Eric Schultz. You want to have them instead of, can you supplement?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Can you please introduce yourself when you start your comment so we can have it for the record? Thank you.
So good evening, board members. My name's Richard Udiostegi. I am a parent at the Ville Park High School. Public comment was about a booster, approval for the Spartan Wrestling Booster Club. Pretty much trying to see if we could get your consent as far as establishing that booster for the wrestling team at the high school. Because there is a tournament coming up this week also, after what happened at the gym. Unfortunately, last year it was a tragedy, but the teenagers are very excited. The young ladies and gentlemen are very excited to have their first tournament, also to raise funds for the booster. We put in a lot of work into this booster, trying to go ahead and have it established, and especially for the kids. I keep hearing the kids community. I was just in a group of, in the pack at the Ville Park High School. There was about 50 to 60 young men and young ladies excited about this season to start, which is a wonderful thing. We're talking about mental health. We're talking about a lot of stuff. And this is, I always say that the wrestling team is kind of the black sheet of the sports of high school, and it's underappreciated. And I think this is a wonderful thing that these kids are really, really into this sport. They're into their AP classes. They know that they need the grades to be in the wrestling team. So yes, we would love to get your approval to be able to host tournaments at the gym, and then for this the continuance of this booster club. So thank you.
I'm sorry, do you know which number it was that you were addressing?
It was, my apologies. I see here it was
13AA.
13AA
Okay.
Booster Club, yes.
Oh, got it, okay.
I will say that I have a son that last year he was joined the wrestling team, not athletic. He's all into the books, as I call it. Surprised me, he also joined the golf team, which was pretty cool. So kept at 3.0 or a little higher, but it was a wonderful thing doing both sports, and it brought him closer to a lot of friends where he didn't have friends. He had a little, he had a tough experience at middle school, and this sport has guided him and give him that strength and that positive thing as far as self-esteem. So we appreciate you guys.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, all of the consent items are acted upon by one motion. Any such item can be considered separately. Does anybody want to pull an item for separate discussion? Okay. Do we have a motion to pass the consent items?
Motion.
Okay, Trustee Thomas, do I have a second? Trustee Glass? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion's passed 7-0. Okay. All right.
President Erickson, we have 3 non-consent, non-agenda item public comment.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We have 3 non-agenda public comment.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Go ahead.
Carrie Lundell.
Good evening, Board President Erickson, trustees, district staff, Superintendent Menares. My name is Carrie Lundell, and I'm an OUSD parent and teacher. All 4 of my children have gone to Yorba Middle School from the years of 2014 to 2025. I'm also a 4th-year teacher at Yorba Middle. Once the new principal of Yorba is hired this year, we will have had 5 principals in 7 years. Research is clear: principal turnover disrupts progress, drives teacher turnover, and harms student achievement. In schools with constant leadership change, like Yorba, those effects are magnified. A Wallace Foundation report put it plainly: given the multiple negative impacts of principal turnover, high principal churn in schools with larger populations of historically marginalized students is an important, largely unrecognized issue for educational equity. Now, sometimes a change in leadership is needed, but that's not what's happened here. Each of Yorba's last 4 principals has been promoted out by this district, not for failure, but for success. Every time it has come at the expense of our students and our staff and our community. Other districts worked hard to retain their principals because they know stability is a key to student success. Our district has instead caused the very instability that holds Yorba back. Each change disrupts programs, breaks trust, and erodes stability. Families see it and feel the message that our school isn't valued. Teachers burn out, investing in a new vision every 1 or 2 years, only to watch it be replaced with a new vision before it even has a chance to grow. True school improvement takes at least 3 to 5 years of consistent leadership. Yorba has never been given that chance. So tonight, my ask is simple. When you hire our next principal, let them stay. Do not move them after a year or 2. Give them time to establish a vision, build trust, and see through the growth our students deserve. Please give us a leader that is so strong and skilled that the district would want to steal them, but then have the courage to let them stand with us for the long haul. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Vanderhoek. She leave? Jolyn Lang.
Hello, board, and everyone else present today. Really, I just wanted to say I had the opportunity at the Legislative Coalition to hear Dr. Menares' plan to have Orange Unified School District be a leader in our county in 3 years. And I firmly believe we have what it takes to be there right now. Is what's missing is letting our families and families outside the district know what that is. For example, the School Consolidation Committee couldn't look at Olive because it is an AVID program. I know very few people that know what that means or why that's important. And if we have this thing that is very special, why aren't we sharing that? I was able to go to the Orange Public School Foundation's gala event last year where we got to see the CTE programs at the high school it was at. I had no idea what our CTE programs were like before that. I've been coming to board meetings. I'm fairly active in the community. I still had no idea what amazing things were being offered to the students. And I don't know if maybe an investment in a PR firm might be a good idea or something like that, but I feel like we have what it takes. Is where it's getting lost is in the messaging and showing people and sharing with people what we have. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Okay. All right. Thank you for the public comments. We appreciate them. And we appreciate that you waited a while to give them, so thank you. All right, other business. Are there trustees who would like to share? Board comments. I know. Okay, well, I'll just go down the line then. Trustee Thomas.
Thank you, and I will be quick as usual. I had the pleasure to volunteer on Children's Street, which President Erickson discussed earlier, and I almost laughed because my hands were very sticky after handing out all those or popsicles. Anyway, it was a great opportunity, and Miss B left already from Handy, but that's who I was with for my entire shift, and we had a great time, and we were very busy. Thank you very much.
I'll try to be quick since we have two parliamentarians in the audience who are trying to keep us on track out here. As I mentioned, well, first of all, I was able to go to assemblies today for the September 11th remembrance, along with trustees Yamasaki and trustee Glass and some of our awesome cabinet. And I went to Panorama, and I also went to Knoll Canyon, and just wanted to thank those principals. They had great little assemblies going on this morning, and just their messages of treating people with respect and honoring people and honoring those people who help us, no matter what we look like or who we vote for. They don't stop and ask when they're running into a burning building. They honored the first responders and people in the military. It just was all really fitting with what's been going on the last couple days. And I just wanted to thank also President Erickson for her remarks earlier in her report, if you could remember back that far. Just the whole thing and the wellness, everything we talked about tonight just fits. As I mentioned earlier, it is National Suicide Prevention Month. This is National Suicide Prevention Week. Yesterday was National or World Suicide Prevention Day. It's been on my mind a lot. I've mentioned before I lost a friend in February to suicide. I had all these statistics written down. I won't go into them other than that the mental health crisis and the suicide rates for our youth are increasing, and they're the worst. It's like the second, third cause of death for our youth. And this one just struck me. Someone dies every 11 minutes to suicide in the United States. So I was thinking if the meeting went 3 hours, it'd be 16 people. We've gone far beyond that. So just in the time we've had our meeting. So all of these things we've talked about tonight are so important, not just for our students, but for all of us. So please just remember, my shirt says, you are enough. We just need to reach out to people, no matter what, and let them know that. The crisis line, 998, I've just lost it. It's text, call, or message. Just please, check in with people. And then I was just going to do a quick little challenge, and it sounds really elementary, and I guess that's just where my brain is. But if everybody just did, I know we're doing the Start with Hello week at most of our schools. Everybody just do one random act of kindness every day. Just one little thing. Could be anything. Help the little old lady across the street, which could be me someday, soon. Just say hello to someone. I heard someone say when you're in the airport restroom, say hello to and thank you to the people who are cleaning it. I mean, you never know when just little things like that are going to make a difference. But please always err on the side of caution and reach out to people. And I'm just so proud of what our district is doing, because I think that's the first step. We can't save everybody. We can't do it all, but I think that's really important. So this was just, it all kind of came together tonight, and I just wanted to thank everybody for that. So thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, Trustee Pelley. And I've been volunteering at Fletcher every Friday afternoon because we have Pop Friday where we sell popsicles, and just being able to greet children by their name, like they totally just light up. And so I think it makes a huge impact, and it's just something tiny that we do on our end. And in addition to that, like what's really disturbing most recently that I'm reading this report, it's the Early Development Index, which First 5 Orange County puts together, and it's collecting data of kindergarten readiness. So it really surveys all the kindergartners across Orange County. in different developmental areas. And one of the statistics that's the highest that we've seen drastic change from 3 years ago is that all our kindergartners are exhibiting higher levels of anxiety. And that looks like, differently, I know, in like 4 and 5 and 6-year-olds, but that's something that we're witnessing right now. So I'm sure there's not just a countywide initiative to support that, because the drop that we saw in the data collection before was literacy had gone down. And so because there was a movement where school districts and community organizations were able to get together, and city initiatives completely changed literacy, where it actually went up in this most recent data collection. So I know that if everyone works together to really focus on early childhood mental health, that will really see a drastic change, not just with our youngest learners, but it's setting them off in the right trajectory as they get older. So thank you for bringing that up. The other thing that I wanted to give a shout out to, and Caitlin's not here yet, or she left, but I was able to observe the Villa Park High School dance team mentor the elementary school kids in not just performing a dance, but cheering through the football game last month. So it was really exciting to see not just girls and boys, our students in elementary school really flourished in having that experience, but really see some of our students who are completely shy come out of their shell, and they can only do that because of our high school students really mentoring them and being like essentially their big buddies. So I wanted to give a shout out to Caitlin and the rest of the dance team for that.
I want to thank Neil Kenyon and Palmyra Gate Academy also for letting us join them today for their heartfelt tribute to the 9/11 heroes. At Palmyra, the Orange High School JROTC was there to present the colors, and at Mill Canyon, the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts did a presentation, and they recognized the first responders at their event. Mill Canyon has been doing this since my daughter was there, and it was really special for her. She was a Girl Scout, and her father was there as a military dad, and so she remembers it very fondly to this day. So these kind of things have a greater impact, more than you know. As you heard from our speaker, we had the Legislative Coalition meeting this earlier in the month for the school year. And I wanted to recognize Wendy Wolf. She's a new chairperson, and I would like to thank her and the board for their hard work preparing for the school year. It was a pretty good turnout. And for those who don't know, the purpose of LegCo is to create a partnership and relationship between schools, parents, and their local legislator. They develop education-based platforms, and it is an official meeting, and the board appoints a representative to attend. So it's a great opportunity, and I think we're the only district in Orange County that does this, and so it's really unique. I had an opportunity to share this at 4th District PTA, and I had a lot of parents who came up to me last year and said, we want to start one of those, but I don't think any of them has successfully launched one yet. So we've been doing this for 30 years, I think. So, and just a fun fact, it was started by Ariana Barrios' dad, Russ Barrios. So. Recently I had the honor of being elected by school board members in Orange County to the Orange County School Board Association for the position of representing K through 12 district, and I'm looking forward to serving in that capacity. The OCBSA is a professional organization of local school boards and community college boards in Orange County. We get together, have meetings, we collaborate, we exchange ideas, and we develop programs and workshops focusing on public education. And so they have their first workshop coming up on September 17th, I believe it is. And it's going to be with FICMAT. So they'll be doing a presentation on fiscal management. And so it's with Mike Fine. So if anybody's interested, they can attend. And then there's a dinner on Monday, October 15th. And then this weekend I will be going to the California Latino School Boards Association, and I'm looking forward to attending and giving that report. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to share a little bit about what I did today. And so on Patriot Day, I was not able to go to Palmyra or to Knoll Canyon this morning because I was teaching. And today, every day in my class, we talk about the news and current events and what's been going on. And I spent our time on the news this morning reiterating that violence as a form of political expression is never acceptable. And that when we think about ways to articulate ourselves and express our views, that we should be respectful and use dialogue. And I'd like to urge all of our educators to continue what you have been doing to recommit ourselves and urge our students to develop these values, you know, all the way from TK age to, you know, college students that I might engage with on a daily basis. After that, I went to Villa Park Elementary and volunteered for the book fair with Miss Jolynn Lang. And so I would like to give a big shout out to all of those parents that are volunteering at our book fairs, because reading is often a way that one might be able to escape. And I really think that ties in well with our behavior baskets that we have here today. So finally, as we move forward, I'm very excited to work with our new student board members, and I look forward to getting to know them more in future meetings. Thank you.
Good evening, good evening. I'm going to be quick. I never am. We're living in very difficult times, and the Supreme Court's ruling has reopened painful questions about racial profiling. ICE deployments have brought unrest to cities, and across our country, students and families grieve tragedies in school shootings. And in moments like these, I'm reminded of Dr. Patricia Vallea and her framework on equity-oriented crisis leadership. In this, she reminds us that in crisis, we must anchor ourselves in hope, commit to equity, make decisions inclusively, and activate and advocate for real change. And that is our work here. Our schools will remain places where every student is safe, seen, and supported. And this is a message to our students here. Your questions and your dreams matter. This is a message to our families. Thank you for trusting us to walk beside your students. Let's move forward together with compassion, resilience, and with the belief that education can be the light even in the hardest times. Thank you. Record time.
Thank you. I didn't believe you when you said you were going to be brief. I just want to thank, again, my fellow board members every time. You are all amazing. You all have incredible perspectives and experiences, and your weekly and monthly and daily experiences always illuminate me, and I appreciate it. Special shout out to Trustee Yamasaki. I don't know how many of you know that she does all of these board member positions. She's not only elected to our school board, but is the president of the AAPI School Board Association and Orange County Board Association, and is active in the PTA and active on foundations, and we appreciate that because you bring that experience to us, and you bring OUSD's experience to others, so we appreciate that. That being said, thank you to our staff. Thank you to everybody on these incredible reports that we had tonight. And I am going to adjourn this meeting slightly later than anticipated at 10:59. We did not make it to 11.